Faculty of Medicine, Public Health and Nursing, Universitas Gadjah Mada has grown rapidly over the years and positioned itself to become a leading institution in Indonesia and in the region. It was established on March 5, 1946 as the oldest Faculty of Medicine in Indonesia. It aims to become an innovative and excellent Faculty of Medicine, Public Health and Nursing with international standards and to always serve the nation and humanity with national cultural values based on Pancasila. The mission of the faculty is to improve public health status through education, research, and excellent services based on local wisdom, ethics, professionalism, and evidence-based science integrated in the academic health system. Various study programs in Faculty of Medicine, Public Health and Nursing, Universitas Gadjah Mada has successfully achieved accreditation, such as TROP-Ed, Asian University Network Quality Assurance, and Philippine Accrediting Association of Schools, Colleges, and Universities at the international level, and the Indonesian Board of National Accreditation for Higher Education and Indonesian Accreditation Agency for Higher Education and Health at the national level. Supported by lecturers, including professors, the supporting staff, departments, research centers or working groups, Universitas Gadjah Mada Academic Hospital, Central Public Hospital, Dr. Suraji Tirtonegoro, and Dr. Sarjito Teaching Hospital, which is currently accredited by Joint Commission International for Academic Medical Center. The faculty offers undergraduate programs, graduate programs, medical specialist programs, and combined degree programs. Every year, over 500 undergraduate students and 600 graduate students are enrolled. The faculty continually develops and improves a flagship program called Continuing Professional Development through guest lectures, seminars, symposia, and workshops. Moreover, the faculty is equipped with IT facilities and information systems that are integrated with the university system, video conference facilities and webinar, a computer-based test room in a convenient academic atmosphere, and a green campus. Supported with comfortable workspaces, museums, sports facilities, and disabled-friendly buildings. Active partnerships and strong collaborations have become inseparable parts of our faculty, without which progress in education, research, and community service would not have been achieved. Our international partnerships create ample opportunities for student and staff exchange, research collaborations, community services, as well as development of international, double degree, and sandwich programs at the undergraduate and graduate level.
As the one of the oldest medical school in Indonesia, we always encourage the quality of interprofessional education strengthen research collaboration, community services based on local wisdom values, and modern technologies with international standard. Welcome to our Faculty of Medicine, Public Health and Nursing, Universitas Gadjah Mada.
Pusat Kebijakan dan Manajemen Kesehatan atau PKMK merupakan salah satu pusat kajian di bawah Fakultas Kedokteran Universitas Gadjah Mada. Kami berdiri pada tanggal 5 Februari 1998. Seiring berjalannya waktu, kegiatan PKMK yang berawal dari bidang manajemen pelayanan kesehatan beberapa tahun terakhir ini semakin banyak berkembang ke arah kebijakan kesehatan. Hal ini berdampak pada perubahan nama institusi yang semula adalah Pusat Manajemen Pelayanan Kesehatan atau PMPK berubah menjadi Pusat Kebijakan Manajemen Kesehatan atau PKMK. Perubahan ini sesuai dengan persetujuan Senat Fakultas Kedokteran Universitas Gadjah Mada tertanggal 15 Maret 2013. Struktur organisasi PKMK terdiri atas 3 bagian, manajemen, divisi, dan unit pendukung. Manajemen adalah sistem yang mendukung jalannya kegiatan dan secara operasional membantu secara administrasi. Saat ini PKMK mempunyai 5 divisi yang sesuai dengan bidang keilmuannya, yaitu Divisi Manajemen Mutu, Divisi Kebijakan dan Manajemen Kesehatan, Divisi Manajemen Rumah Sakit, Divisi Manajemen Bencana, Divisi Sistem Informasi Kesehatan. Untuk mendukung manajemen dan kelima divisi tersebut, PKMK mempunyai unit pendukung yaitu unit seminar dan publikasi. Untuk mendukung publikasi, PKMK menggunakan teknologi informasi. Salah satunya adalah penyebaran ilmu berbasis website. PKMK menyebarkan perkembangan ilmu dan informasi melalui website sejak tahun 2010. Website induk yang dikembangkan ialah Kebijakan Kesehatan Indonesia. Setelah itu, dikembangkan beberapa website lain untuk memberi banyak kontribusi terhadap masyarakat luas. Harapannya, website-website ini dapat diakses dan dapat dimanfaatkan seluruh pihak yang membutuhkan. PKMK telah bermitra dengan lembaga-lembaga pemerintah dan swasta, serta lembaga-lembaga internasional seperti SIDA, USAID atau DEVAT, WHO, Bank Dunia, European Union, dan USAID.
Magister Kebijakan Pembiayaan dan Manajemen Asuransi Kesehatan, Fakultas Kedokteran, Kesehatan Masyarakat dan Keperawatan Universitas Gadjah Mada. KPMAK FKKMK UGM didirikan pada tahun 2000 untuk menjawab tantangan terkait isu pembiayaan dan asuransi kesehatan di Indonesia. KPMAK UGM mempunyai 3 prinsip utama. Efisien dalam pembiayaan dan asuransi kesehatan. Equity, melindungi seluruh masyarakat melalui asuransi kesehatan. Inovasi, berbasis bukti untuk menentukan kebijakan pembiayaan dan asuransi kesehatan. Di era pengembangan CKN di Indonesia, KPMAK menjadi salah satu pilar penting demi terwujudnya universal health coverage yang berkeadilan. Program unggulan di minat KPMAK adalah up-to-date terhadap isu pembiayaan dan asuransi kesehatan dengan melibatkan para pembuat kebijakan dan praktisi dalam proses pembelajaran. Memiliki kesempatan menjadi tenaga profesional asuransi kesehatan melalui ujian sertifikasi bekerjasama dengan PAM-JAKI. Opsi pembelajaran daring yang memberi fleksibilitas lebih bagi yang tidak berkesempatan meninggalkan pekerjaan. Kuliah tamu yang melibatkan tenaga pengajar dari dalam dan luar negeri. Minat KPMAK mempunyai pusat kajian yang dapat menjadi wadah dan sarana belajar bagi mahasiswa untuk mengembangkan ilmu dan berjejaring dengan para dosen maupun praktisi lain, dan memperdalam ilmu dalam bidang manajemen asuransi kesehatan. Minat KPMAK FKKMK UGM didukung oleh dosen dan tenaga kependidikan yang profesional dan berkualifikasi.
Direksi Badan Penyelenggara Jaminan Sosial Kesehatan dengan susunan keanggotaan 1. Saudara Ali Kubron Mukti sebagai Direktur Utama.
Minat KPMAK FKKMK UGM melakukan kerjasama dengan berbagai institusi.
Saya bersyukur dan bangga pernah menempuh pendidikan di S2 KPMAK UGM karena selama kuliah kita diajarkan untuk menjadi seorang ahli pembiayaan dan jaminan asuransi kesehatan yang sangat dibutuhkan untuk membangun jaminan sosial Indonesia ke depan. Pengalaman-pengalaman selama kuliah tersebut memberikan kesempatan kepada saya untuk bagaimana membangun rencana ke depan untuk jaminan sosial di Indonesia. Terima kasih untuk para dosen, para supporting staff di KPMAK maupun di HPM yang telah membantu kami sehingga mendapatkan pengalaman terbaik selama kuliah di UGM.
Alasan saya memilih minat ini karena tidak semua universitas memiliki minat kebijakan pembiayaan dan manajemen asuransi kesehatan. Selain itu, dosen yang mengampu minat ini baik dosen internal maupun dosen eksternal merupakan dosen yang high quality dan kompeten dalam bidangnya. Di sini juga didukung oleh staf yang dia sangat mendukung kegiatan akademik. Di samping itu, mahasiswa juga diberikan kemudahan untuk mengakses data-data yang dapat menunjang kegiatan pembelajaran dan penelitian.
Setiap ada kegiatan di kampus, mahasiswa selalu dilibatkan untuk menambah pengalaman dan pengetahuan mahasiswa, baik dalam bidang akademis dan non-akademis. Selain itu, mahasiswa juga berkesempatan untuk terlibat dalam kajian-kajian yang dilakukan oleh pusat KPMAK. Selain itu, mahasiswa KPMAK juga dapat meraih gelar ahli asuransi kesehatan atau AAK.
Setelah selesai pendidikan di minat KPMAK, banyak ilmu yang bisa diterapkan di berbagai institusi, baik pemerintah maupun swasta, seperti rumah sakit, klinik, BPJS, maupun asuransi komersial. karena yang dipelajari di sini bukan hanya terkait JKN, namun pembiayaan dan perhitungan premi.
Marilah bergabung menjadi keluarga mahasiswa kebijakan pembiayaan dan manajemen asuransi kesehatan. Learning from the past, innovating for the future. Program Studi Kebijakan dan Manajemen Kesehatan, Fakultas Kedokteran, Kesehatan Masyarakat dan Keperawatan Universitas Gadjah Mada. Universitas Gadjah Mada adalah salah satu universitas terbaik di Indonesia. Terletak di Yogyakarta, kota yang nyaman untuk belajar, berkarya, dan berkolaborasi. Menjadi tempat yang sempurna bagi mahasiswa untuk menimba ilmu dan membangun karir. Salah satu fakultas terbaik di Universitas Gadjah Mada adalah Fakultas Kedokteran, Kesehatan Masyarakat dan Keperawatan, baik program sarjana maupun pasca sarjana. Kini, pasca sarjana Fakultas Kedokteran, Kesehatan Masyarakat dan Keperawatan Universitas Gadjah Mada mengembangkan bidang kebijakan dan manajemen kesehatan menjadi sebuah program studi dan diberi nama Program Studi Kebijakan dan Manajemen Kesehatan.
Misi dari prodi ini adalah untuk mendidik calon pemimpin yang ahli dalam kebijakan dan manajemen kesehatan yang profesional dan bermartabat dan mampu untuk meningkatkan status kesehatan serta memperkuat sistem kesehatan.
Program studi ini memiliki 4 minat, yaitu minat manajemen rumah sakit, kebijakan dan manajemen pelayanan kesehatan, sistem informasi manajemen kesehatan, kebijakan pembiayaan, dan manajemen asuransi kesehatan. Keempat minat ini dirancang untuk menjawab tantangan di lapangan. Lulusan dari program studi kebijakan dan manajemen kesehatan akan mendapatkan gelar Master of Health Policy and Management.
Alasan saya menjadi mahasiswa di sini karena saya ingin mendapatkan ilmu dari dosen-dosen yang berpengalaman dan berkompeten sehingga saya bisa dapat ikut berpartisipasi dalam meningkatkan mutu pelayanan kesehatan.
Kami banyak dilatih untuk belajar mengambil keputusan melalui forum diskusi, FGD, dan juga pelatihan pembuatan suatu kebijakan. Sehingga kami mampu membuat rumusan kebijakan kesehatan yang tepat dan berdaya guna.
Prodi ini memiliki banyak alumni yang bekerja di pemerintahan sebagai pembuat kebijakan.
Saya merasa pembelajaran di era COVID-19 tetap berjalan dengan sangat baik meskipun melalui online.
Mari bergabung bersama kami menjadi keluarga besar Divisi Kebijakan dan Manajemen Kesehatan FKKMK UGM.
Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. Best wishes and healthy greetings to all of us. Welcome to the 16th Virtual Postgraduate Forum on Health System and Policy, 15 to 16, 2022, Learning Health System during Pandemic and Beyond. Lesson from Asia on Innovation Toward a More Resilient Health System. On today, Saturday, July 16, 2022. Before the event starts, ladies and gentlemen, we will play a song to accompany you while you eat. The song called I Believe in You from the Stethoscope with Dr. Jody Wisnu. Enjoy the show. Dear participants, that was how we enjoyed the entertainment with song to freshen up the atmosphere this morning. Now it's time for us to join today's main event. Again, welcome and have a great day.
Greetings, ladies and gentlemen. Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. Welcome to the second day of the 16th Virtual Postgraduate Forum on Health System and Policy, Learning Health Systems During Pandemic and Beyond, Lessons from Asia on Innovations Toward More Resilient Health System. It is such an honor that I am Etta to be your Master of Ceremony today. And yesterday we had many fruitful sessions from keynote and plenary session, and then poster and oral presentation by the presenters. And certainly, we're looking forward to having more exciting discussions today. Well, ladies and gentlemen, we will begin our conference today with the third plenary session within the topic of Bridging Research Agenda from non-state actors to academics. And this session will be led by our moderator, Dr. Diah Ayu Puspandari, apoteker, MBA, M.Kes from Universitas Gadjah Mada. And here is the profile of Mrs. Diah. Okay. She is the senior lecturer in the Department of Health Policy and Management, Faculty of Medicine, Public Health and Nursing, Universitas Gadjah Mada, and also head of the Center for Health Financing Policy and Health Insurance Management, Universitas Gadjah Mada. She was graduated from Magister Degree, School of Business Administration from Indonesian Institute of Management in cooperation with the Pittsburgh State University, and also Health Behavior and Promotion from Public Health Study Program, Universitas Gadjah Mada. And she continued the doctoral program in Medical and Health Science, Universitas Gadjah Mada. Now I'd like to proceed the session to Mrs. Diah. The time is yours.
Thank you, Mbak Etta. Bismillahirrahmanirrahim. Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. Good morning, salam sejahtera, sawadika. So welcome to the second day of the 16th Postgraduate Forum. So today, this morning, we already hear sweet song, Believe in You. I hope that with this song give us strength to our spirit to cope the challenge that we face today. So due to the topics of this session, bridging research agenda from non-state actors to academic, I would like to greet all the participants that already joined these sessions. Thank you very much. And I would like also to greet two speakers that we have today. Good morning, Dr. Andreas.
Good morning, Diah, and good morning, everybody, to all professors as well.
Yeah. And good morning also to Ibu Ria Arief.
Good morning, Ibu. Good morning, Pak Andre. Good morning, everyone.
Okay, so we already greet two great speakers we have. So I would like to introduce these two speakers. The first one is Dr. Andreasta Meliala, DPH M.Kes M.As. So he obtained already the doctor in public health in Gadjah Mada University and masters in advanced science, medicines Universität Innsbruck in Austria, and also master of public health in hospital management Gadjah Mada University. Work experience, I think he's the one who's already has a lot of experience in management, especially because he is the director of hospital management public health graduate program, and also the director of Center for Health Service and Management, Faculty of Medicine, Gadjah Mada University, and he is also the technical advisor of Regional Health Department of Special Region of Yogyakarta. So I used to call him Bang Andre. So the second speaker, Ibu Ria Arief, SA MPA. She has obtained the Master of Public Administrations or MPA in University of Melbourne, and also Bachelor of Economics in Trisakti University. Her work experience is also, it's a long list, starting from the AUS-8 Program Officer Health and Aceh Rehabilitation Unit, AUS-8 Development Cooperations, and also Project Officer Defense Sections Australian Embassy, Program Manager Health AUS-8, Senior Program Manager Australian Aid, and Unit Manager Governance Australian Department of Foreign Affairs and Trade. So welcome to both of you. So regarding our topics today, talking about research agenda. So besides developing ideas and research, also how to prioritize, how to fund is also one pillar of research agenda. So how to engage between non-state actors and academic would be an interesting issue to discuss. So let's start from the non-state of or donor perspective first. So I would like to invite Ibu Ria Arief. So Ibu Ria Arief is already joined with us. So the time is yours, Ibu.
Thank you, Ibu Diah. Thank you, everyone. Thank you for inviting me to this interesting event. I'm honored and look forward to share the experience from the donors' perspectives on bridging research to academics. I'm just wondering whether the organizer could share the PowerPoint presentation, Ibu. Thank you.
Yeah. So we are still preparing, Ibu Ria.
Okay. Thank you, Ibu Ayu. Just a little bit of introductions. My name is Ria Arief. I'm the unit manager for one of the bilateral organizations in Indonesia, the Department of Foreign Affairs and Trade, previously known as AUS-8. I'm managing a number of development assistance programs, especially in the area of knowledge to policy.
Yeah.
Okay.
Your slide is already on screen.
Yeah, thank you. So I thought I'd share the experience from a donor's perspective on bridging research to policy. So the role of academics and non-state actors in influencing policy. By way of background, we've worked with a number of non-state actors for more than decades, including PKMK UGM as one of our close partners and other universities in Indonesia. Next slide, please. This is just an overview of what I'm about to share this morning. Next slides. I guess, as we all know, the COVID-19 pandemic has set back decades of development gains in Indonesia. But it also brings about the critical role of evidence and data. It plays an important role of universities and researchers in this time of the pandemic. The global pandemic has also changed the way we communicate evidence, and it also has increased a number of critical role of academics, non-state actors in influencing policies. And no doubt, as we all know, the role of research, science, technology, and innovation is becoming quite critical. Because without research, science, technology, and innovations, going forward, we may not be able to tackle the pandemic in such a way that are based on critical data and evidence. we feel that I think this is a general consensus that research, science, technology, and innovations plays a critical role in building a more resilient, sustainable, and inclusive future. Next. Global pandemics also present significant opportunities for the role of researchers, particularly from universities and non-state actors. As we know, development solution no longer a straightforward one. It requires innovative solutions. Decision-making also change. This is the time for data-driven pandemic era. Everything needs to be based on research of evidence and data. Hence plays a more growing role of non-state actors and in the way not that the government but also all aspects of socio-economics on the political, security, and social environment. We also see emerging new actors, emerging new coalitions where civil society, universities, multinational, and other parts of the society is working together towards a shared objectives. We've also seen from the donors' perspective the growing influence of academics on non-sectors as a brain trust for the policymakers. And we've seen the way, for example, universities like PKMK UGM influencing the role of COVID-19 policies within the Indonesian Ministry of Health. Next. Nonetheless, there are the ongoing barriers, as we know, in terms of the research. There is still that notions of applications of research results in the time of pandemic, where solution needs to be made quickly, while research often takes time. Then there needs to be a balance between providing robust evidence and data to policymakers by the researchers, but at the same time, it needs to be quickly. Also the relevance and also the ongoing issue of the quality of research, we still see that. The scarcity and resource, as you know, the research environment in Indonesia has gone some changes with the Undang-Undang Sisnas Iptek, the creations of BRIN, hence the policy making also becoming a more political process. We also see from the donors' perspective, there is a different view of the way still academics and policymakers are looking at things, but we've also seen some changes and some what do you call it, shared views in terms of how research can influence evidence. And then academics or non-state actors, over time, especially in times of pandemic, we've seen they've become more like a policy entrepreneurs. What we mean by policy entrepreneurs is it's becoming politically savvy. We've seen the role of academics has becoming more prominent, becoming the research uptake, and they play also in a political or decision making area, but still maintain their role of independence. Next. Again, from the donors' lens, we are hopeful of the changing context. We've seen that academics or non-state actors, as I've mentioned earlier, becomes more politically savvy. Indonesian universities have played a more stronger role in the last decades, but even more so in the last 3 years of the COVID pandemic, influencing a number of COVID-19 policies reform agenda. We funded through the knowledge sector initiatives a number of university-based think tanks and NGO think tanks, where we've seen a really high trajectory of their influence towards policy reform in the COVID-19 policies reform agenda. But what we meant by policy entrepreneurs is also we've seen the role of universities and non-state actors as also becoming the policy advocate. They've become aware and introducing new policy ideas, policy innovations. They've become advocates, and not these days everybody is working in a coalition and collective actions, and which then can scale up the change process. I think maybe in the first day of the forum, the center have also shown some of their work where they've introduced a number of new ideas to handle and to inform the Indonesian Ministry of Health in terms of COVID-19 policies, but also working with other sectors and with other non-state actors towards a shared approach or collective action approach. Next. The way forward, this is from a perspective of us working in a bilateral donor agency. I've seen there's quite a positive outlook in terms of the role of academics, universities, think tanks, and other non-state actors in influencing policy going forward, especially in the context of post-pandemic recovery. Given the decades of development setbacks, there's a lot of homework for the government going forward in terms of how to revisit the development and make it the way, pave the way forward, especially on the SDGs, and then there is the economic transformation agenda that is currently critical, digital transformation agenda. So we see from the donor perspective, there is a very significant role for non-state actors to take part in influencing policy by providing research, by providing applied research, by providing maybe also basic research, which may requires a number of years to see. There is no doubt growing interest and appetite from bilateral and multilateral donors, especially with the G20. Indonesia will be hosting the Asian secretaries next year, and this year with the G20. We see there is a number of engagement groups, and most of those engagement groups comes from universities, come from non-state actors, and also in our discussion with the key government counterparts, they see the role of universities, researchers, and think tanks and NGO provides that degree of independence, provides that evidence and data. So there is that likelihood of increase the trend of external funding sources from bilateral and multilateral donors, but no doubt the theme are quite specific, especially for the post-pandemic recovery. So health, security, health systems, economic recovery, gender and social inclusion. We see that there is still that flexibility of funding approach going forward from the donor's perspective, but also there is that mutual interest will remain where development partners, bilateral and multilateral, will see the role of non-state actors providing that sort of bottom-up informations, and also playing that policy entrepreneurs by bridging knowledge to policy. And the last couple of years have shown there have been strong evidence where academics or non-state actors becoming that conduit between the role of non-state actors and policymakers. We've also seen some greater capability in communicating research and evidence, where it's becoming more savvy, engaging more media, new ways of sharing the result of the research, and using various platforms. As you know, again, PKMK has shared a number of their approaches to sharing their knowledge and research to the public. We've also seen a number of improved quality of research data and evidence in the last couple of years. So again, just would like to share from the perspective that the way forward, we see it's quite positive, especially for universities, researchers, and non-state actors in influencing policy going forward. I think I'll conclude my presentations there. Thank you, everyone, for your attention. Over to you, Ibu.
I think Bu Diah is still around, isn't it? Bu Diah.
I think so. But maybe we could go straight to you, Pak Andre.
Yeah.
Sorry. Concluded my presentation, Ibu. So it's yeah, over to you. Thank you.
My voice is clear enough now?
It's
Thank
audible,
you.
Bu. It's audible, yeah.
So it's disappear for a while. I think this is because of you are so so your presentation is so interesting. So that's why make my sound disappear, Bu Ria. So there are so many points that will be a good point for discussion. So during discussions, you can also start from now. The participant could use the chat box to type your questions, or you can raise your hand so we can post your questions after the question and answer session. So thank you, Bu Ria. Pak Andre, so I hope your session is also burning, touching the issues of how to match this interest from the point of view of academics, because developing idea of research related to the opportunity, it could also be like road is not always smooth. So challenges is there. So please take your time to express this. Please, Pak Andre, the time is yours.
Yes, thank you, Bu Diah. Thank you, Bu Ria, for your presentation, because it triggers all the information that I would like to share with all the participants this morning. So allow me to share the screen, and I need to turn off my video since I'm in a shared network. Yeah. So yeah, this is the presentation. I hope it's already on your screen, and I hope also that my voice is already audible. So the title is Non-State Actors and I, yeah, because you have seen what the expectation of Ibu Ria from the non-state actors. Ibu Ria is really in a high provide all the items and also the directions for us to setting up the next research agenda. But behind that presentation, we can see very high requirements, how we should develop our quality of data, and also how we should meet all the requirements and the new policy and new mechanism of the non-state actors that fund our research. Yeah, and then from there, I set this presentation agenda. It's just a case of relationship between research center and non-state actors or the donors. And the main objective is to search for good and better relationship management, because this is the key. Whatever agenda you have, whenever you have no good relationship, and then it will not be delivered. And I hope it can be ended in 20 minutes. Please, Bu Diah, please remind me if it's already over the time. The fact is, we expect that our relationship with the donor is just like this. Yeah? We have a very sincere smile. We are very strong bonded together, and yeah, in daily activities even, yeah, we are very close. This is what we expect the relationship from us, yeah, from our perspective. And then during the project, we have also a dream, yeah, how we can communicate in a very detailed, in daily basis as a routine activities to review all the research program or the result or any other activities that we have planned before. So this is what we dream. You can see we expect something that is really nice to see how we are in a very close position with the donors and how we can work together with the non-state actors to review all the planned activities. But at the end of the day, sometimes the result is just like this, just part of the objectives and aims that has been met. Yeah, the agreement, what we thought is already achieved from the donor perspective. Maybe they say that, okay, partial is already achieved, but the other objective is not there. So we really need to manage this, yeah, because you know, our dream and expectation sometimes is quite far from the reality. And then how to address these issues. So we try to learn from other research academia, and also we discuss with non-state actors, various non-state actors, to have their opinion, their ideas, and also their suggestions for us, yeah, to make us more responsive and also align with the interest and also with the other requirements of the non-state actors. So the first suggestion is to identify who are the non-state actors. So from the WHO, we can see the type of non-state actors. There are many types of non-state actors. The classic one is the non-governmental organization. This is an organization that formed by the volunteers. This is independent from the government, and most of them are non-profit entities. And the other one is multinational corporations. This is the expansion of a business organization to the borders of their home countries, to the global states. So they love to exist in many countries. And there is also a so-called intergovernmental organization. These are supranational organizations. States form association with one another to establish power and authorities to supersede the powers and authorities of individual states. So maybe 2 or 3 or more countries, they are working together to form this intergovernmental organization. We have also philanthropic foundation, and the last one, I think this is the new one. This is the decentralized autonomous organization. I believe this kind of organization would be spreading out in the future, because these organizations are member-owned and tech-dependent communities and free from state influence. Maybe some of grassroots issues, for example, to democratize the health service, will be endorsed by this kind of organization. So why do we need to identify these non-state actors? Because their benefit, their requirements, their policy varies. We know the wide range of interests, the wide range of policy and project mechanism it depends on the type of the non-state actors. Ibu Ria is our very close partners. From their side, they have a lot of terms and conditions that we should be aware of. And then this is from the paper that has been presented in the first day, why we need to identify these non-state actors. We have here the health providers, the health industries, and then the NGOs. This is the proportion of their contribution in the health sectors. And then the other thing that we learn from other research unit, the global one, they always mention that the project's aims and objective is the common ground. This is where we stand together with the non-state actors. From this side, we understand that the research center can only steward a donor's gift, not the donors themselves. So this is a very important statement that what Ibu Ria has delivered to us is a research agenda that we should be working together. But the mechanism inside Ibu Ria's institution is really out of our touch. So this is a very important statement that the research center can only steward a donor's give, or we can only manage the project that offered by the state, non-state actors rather than their institutions. And then if there are any issues or hassles, we should focus on the beneficiaries, because as Ibu Ria mentioned, the best way to do collaboration when our objectives and aims is provided for the people or the communities or the health status of the communities. So we have the same focus. So when there is a kind of issue, we can talk with this framework. And sustainability is very important. We never think about hit and run principles. We really love to work together with all the partners for a really long time. That's why the word of co-creation exists. And then after that, we also realize that a big research center, they have always these two side of viewing angle. The first is homophily. It means that they have a counterpart, which is the same type of organization, maybe the same size and also the same level. So when they discuss about the research agenda, they discuss about the global issues, they have the perspective or their own peer. But afterwards, they also discuss with other organizations from other sectors. They also talk to the organization with the lower level, and they also talk to other stakeholders from various background. This is so-called heterophilia. It means that they want to have a broadened perspective, and also they would like to have more opinions from different angles. So this is the way they create some kind of informations exchange network. So from this kind of wide view, we can identify a lot of issues. We can identify the next research agenda, and we can also compile it and put it as our rich proposal to present it to the non-state actors or the donors. So after that, we try to create our action plan. This is the plan that we execute to meet all the requirements that what Ibu Ria have mentioned before. So we start from ourselves. We know out there are many stakeholders. We have discussed this yesterday. There are multi-policy of these stakeholders, and if they want to work together with us, to collaborate with us, then there must be a lot of mechanism. Maybe one mechanism is very specific from one non-state actors, but if we work with a lot of non-state actors, it means that we have to be ready for this multi-mechanism of project management. So that's why we set up our spirit. We want to be the quality partners of all our collaborators. We do the project with the co-creation concept to make it sustainable. And then, of course, when there are a lot of opportunity, it means that we need to manage also the work-life balance. This is very important. And internally, we prepare the multi-subjects in the centers. So whenever there are a call for a proposal, we are ready to respond. And then we gathered with a wide range of resources. We have a lot of internal partners from the clinicians, from the statisticians, and all those digital health gangs. We collaborate with them internally. And we also provide so-called flexible project management. This is to respond the multi-mechanism and multi-agenda that provided by the non-state actors. And then this is the engagement formula. The key success factors is the clear agenda of the project and the project management itself. So we really rely on the managers and also the principal investigators to make this happen, because discussing the project agenda, the objective and aims with the non-state actors, we really need to be very clear, not only on the substance, but also how we deliver this and how we comply with their administrative policy and mechanism. So this is the key success factor when we would like to collaborate with non-state actors. And then we also review the state and cycle of relationship with the non-state actors. Of course, with Ibu Ria's institution, we already in the stage 3, nurturing. But sometimes we meet with the new partners. We need to have or start over again from the stage 1, introduction and building trust. And then after that, we decide which project that we would like to work together, and we show a strong commitment to make it delivered. And after that, we go on to the stage 3. And the foundation of this, of course, communication savvy. We need to show how we are very open to communicate. We are very transparent with all the issues or agenda, and we are accountable with all the responsibilities or the items or any requirements that are related to this responsibility. So this is the stage and the cycle of relationship that we do, and we practice this whenever we meet it with the non-state actors. This is also relevant to identify our partners from the non-state actors. And also flexibility. This is very important because from our supra system, the university, they have a lot of new policy, they have a new mechanism. They know that we have a lot of partners out there, and they also see our bank account. So they love to have some share from us. So they know that some of the research centers already big, and they see this as a potential, yeah, to support from other units. For other units, it means that some of our resource should be shared also to other units under the university. So in our experience, these years, the university itself is becoming more bureaucratic. On the other hand, the non-state actors policy and regulation is also very strict. Some of the requirements are really untouchable. We cannot discuss it anymore. There's no room for negotiations because this is already their policy. So that's why our flexible project management is very important to accommodate this kind of context. And the agenda we offer is sometimes we endorse the new topics like Yodi's yesterday's presentations about One Health issues. We try to promote this issue to other research unit. We talk to other university. We talk to other donors about the One Health issues, whether they would like to explore more about this. And also the other issues about personalized healthcare or personalized medicine. We also touch this issue, and also health system resiliency. And the other agenda we offer is a kind of reactive action, the impact of pandemics, and also the how we manage the turbulence post-pandemic in the hospital or in areas or health program of the Ministry of Health, stuff like that. So we bring these broad spectrum issues to non-state actors, whether they love to fund one of these projects, or they love to analyze a little bit, and maybe they're inspired by these agendas. We believe that this is the door for us to working together with the non-state actors. And as Ibu Ria mentioned, the political savvy of the academia is also one of the key factors that the non-state actors would like to work together, because we create this kind of ecosystem. Of course, the health industries, the health providers, and even the patients are our clients. But most of the funding comes from the non-state actors, from the government and the stakeholders. So inside, we have a wide range topics, and we also have this ecosystem to do the research on each of these topics. So we really do the research, and also try to accommodate all the interests, all the objectives of the non-state actors, as well as the government and other stakeholders. When the project delivered or finished or accomplished, then the result, we disseminate the result not only to the non-state actors who funded the project, but also we work together to disseminate this to the government and to other stakeholders. So the issues or the result of the research not only taken up by the donors, but it is disseminated to other sectors. Yeah. And then to conclude all this presentation, day by day, the expectation of the non-state actors is getting higher and higher to the research unit in the university or the academia. Then we need to respond it appropriately then to make them our lifetime partner. Yeah. Thank you, Bu Diah.
Picturing us the winding road we traveled today. So before we are going to the discussion topic, so I would like to, I love the terms that you already mentioned, Bu Ria, policy entrepreneur. So both of you, Pak Andre and Bu Ria, are part of it. And the theme this morning is how to build bridge between these two shores, or how. So before this, I would like to ask both of you on these things. What triggers a policy need to be developed or modified? So could you share maybe from Ibu Ria first?
Okay, thank you, Ibu Diah. Thank you, Pak Andre. Interesting presentation. It's interesting to see from the perspective of the researchers, universities. So, the question is around what triggers policy?
Yes, need to be modified or developed.
Okay. As you know, Ibu, the context is changing. Things are different from, say, way 3-4 years ago. The global pandemic triggers us, I think, to be more innovative in finding solutions for development issues, particularly on the health sector. Therefore, the way I think we commission research, but also presenting the research results should be modified, should be the use maybe of a social media platform, the use of digitalization, but also, as Pak Andre mentions, the politically savvy of researchers themselves in communicating the research to policymakers. And as we know, policymakers are not, keep changing the context, policy, but their demand to produce good policies also increasing, right? So that's why, as Pak Andre mentioned, is that it's like what we call often chicken and egg, ya. Jadi harus sejalan, harus jadi harus mengikuti what's really the changing or the trend in context. And also we in development agencies also have the change of shift. As Pak Andre mentioned, we reach out to non-state actors like universities, like PKMK, UGM. We are now as partners. So not as, I mean, in the contractual terms, as Pak Andre mentioned, still donor recipient, but in terms of the way we set the agenda of research, we work together. It's more of a partnership now because that's what requires us to work together. So again, to answer your question, Bu Diah, it's because the context is changing and will continue to evolve over time.
Okay, thank you, Bu Ria and Pak Andre. From the academics point of view?
Yeah, I think we need to change the policy, not because of the, not just because of the change of the environment. This is really what Ibu Ria's interest, because the global issues affected the local issues, and so on. This is really the very clear state by the organization like DVET. Yeah. But from our side, evidence is the triggers. When we look at the new evidence, or we find a new evidence, so we need to mention this or to discuss this with our partners. We propose some scenarios related to this new evidence so that we can formulate the new policy. So, the context is changing, and then we found a new evidence. And when we collaborate this together, and it's very strong push factors, yeah, to create a new policy. Thank you, Diah.
Yeah, so this could be an initial a point that could be communicate together between donors and academia to bring evidence come up to give more insight for the policymakers and others. So I think this is a good start for us to build the bridge from the first brick. So now I would like to give time for audience, for the participants. If you have something want to clarify or burning questions, or you want to share your experience in your country setting or working environment, so please do so. So before questions from the participant, I would like also to have your comment on what step is the in a short time that we could build for the second brick to build the bridge. Maybe from Pak Andre first.
Yeah. So the media or the forum is very important, yeah, to set, because from this forum we can talk freely and open to the donors, to the non-state actors about what we have found in the laboratory or in our research centers. And we need to also describe that clearly, not only from the perspective of the concept or the academia, but also the implications and other feature. Yeah, we need to describe it very clear so that our counterpart or our collaborators, they can see the issues, and also they can they can understand which from which side they can approach this issue from their side. Over to you, Budia.
Okay, thank you, Pak Andre. And Buria?
I think Pak Andre has summed it up quite well. I just want to add one thing, which is about shared objectives. We have to have shared views or visions in the beginning to bridge the the partnership. What is the end goal that we want to achieve, which is all have good intention, and then how we can both, together and maybe with others, working towards that as a team in a partnership. Yeah.
Okay, so in your NSA, or do you have any fund that are flexible enough for academia or for partners to make it or match with the needs? Bu Ria?
I think lessons, well, not lessons, but Pak Andre was one of, well, not Pak Andre, but the PKMK UGM was one of our think tank partners, university think tank partners through the Knowledge Sector Initiatives, KSI. In that we provide what we call core funding, yeah, Pak Andre, flexible funding, where over the last 10 years, the think tank partners can really use that funding flexibly, whether for strengthening the organizational capacity, for training, for as simple as, not simple, but as straightforward as developing organizational website, or using that for research to policy. So that flexibility remains going forward. But of course, again, the research agenda, of course, will be quite tailored to the needs of the Indonesian government and Indonesia development needs. And that flexibility, I think, will also remain, I cannot say on behalf of other development partners, but will remains because, again, we see the critical role of evidence, research, and data in our development programs. Go ahead, and even more so in the post-pandemic recovery. Ibu, thank you.
Thank you, Bu Ria. And Pak Andre, how do you see this flexible fund benefiting the organizations?
Yeah, Bu Diah, I think I should personally and institutionally thank to Bu Ria, who already facilitated our office development. The input of our CSPM institutions mostly is developed all together with Ibu Ria's institution. This is very flexible. Even the design, they let us do that based on our working flows and everything. And then the second thing from this flexible funding is to support us to work together with other research centers, which are not from health sectors. We can see from the anti-corruption units, we work together with other from the political units. This is a very rare opportunity, actually. If we need to fund ourselves, of course, the budget is very limited. By that time, we have a lot of opportunities to work together, to discuss with them, and also to broaden our perspective, so that we have very long and deep view about one issues. For example, the fraud issues in the health sectors. We discussed this with our partners from the anti-corruption unit. They can see this and they can give their perspective for this kind of phenomenon. And we really get a lot of benefit from this kind of discussions. But again, this is supported by this kind of flexible funding. Thank you, Bu Diah.
Okay. Any questions up until now? So we are waiting for the question from the participants. Bu Ria, we realized that health is not solely could be tackled by health sectors. It also touching the other sectors. Do you have any experience on how to tailor between health sectors and other sectors?
Yeah, thanks, Ibu. Many actually, because as we know, health is also touched on the multidisciplinary issues, sectors. Maybe just one example, recent example is where the programs in the health sector that our organization manage is also working closely with other ministries such as the infrastructure and also the human development. So and also with the ChemInfo, because the role of digital in the health sector is now becoming quite important, and presumably the first day speakers from the Ministry of Health Digital Transformation Office has said the importance of digital data and digital innovation. So that's the concrete example, Ibu, where digital artificial intelligence has now becomes like a sort of a norm and collaboratively work within the health sector. But also just to congratulate, actually, if we recall a couple of years back, Pak Andre's institution, PKMK UGM, has also succeeded working with other sectors in the program that we funded in the health sector, from maternal neonatal health to health systems, where they've successfully, we think, worked with pendidikan, worked with a number of health institutions at the district level, the sister hospital example, and many more, yeah, Pak Andre. So it's actually already started even way before the pandemic, Ibu. So it's not something new, I think, where the health sector is working in a multidisciplinary sector and multi-ministries or agencies. And I think with the pandemic, the digital sector has become more important for the health sector on the data, but also how to use artificial intelligence for health challenges. Thank you.
Thank you, Buria. Pak Andre, do you have any experience on how to have a coordination with other sectors?
Yes, Budia. Prior to that, we worked with Ibu Ria in the health system, and then we reviewed all the results, and it come up to the new understanding that other sectors should be involved in the health issues. So that's why we move to another step. We gather all the sectors from other disciplines and also from other government sectors to work together to discuss the issues, and then to prepare the methodology, and then to disseminate the result. And up to now, we still discuss such kind of health development program together with these non-health sectors. And it's also very interesting to see that the non-state actors outside the health sectors, they already look at us, and then they're also asking some kind of activities that can be done together. But again, this we start first with our core competencies in the health system, and then afterwards we widened the perspective from other non-health sectors. Thank you, Budia.
Okay, so you have mentioned about the alternative funding for research, and you are also have many experience in collaborating with philanthropy agency. So what is the different cases with the like AUSAID or other agency dealing with the philanthropy, Pak Andre?
Yes, the philanthropists, they love to bring such kind of social issues and also that's really give a huge benefit for the community directly. But if we work with Iburia, we work on the upstream level because the impact not only in certain groups or certain communities, but this is nationwide. So this is the huge difference whenever we work with the philanthropy or we work with Iburia's institution.
Okay, thank you. So I've already seen some questions here. So first, I would like to pose a question from Ahmed Al-Qadari. He mentioned that in Palestine, still we don't have health research center. Additionally, the Palestinian University don't have these capabilities to conduct national health research project. Any advice to set up such centers in Palestine, please? So I would like to ask Pak Andre first.
Yes, thank you for Pak Ahmed from Palestine. Flashback to our experience and the history. First, we need to have a passionate researcher, and then these passionate researchers should have kind of good network. So this is the first important steps. When we have engaged with one non-state actors, then we replicate the methodology or the results. We disseminate all these findings, and then we mention them as well in our social media. I think this is the initial step that we need to execute in the first phase. But nowadays, I think it's more easier because of the a lot of platform we can use to introduce ourselves and to show off our achievement and everything, so that when they try to search new partners in the new regions, they can see or they can find us over there. But also don't forget to mention your collaborators, your partners, your academic partners, because this is also have kind of factors to be found by the donors or other agencies. Thank you, Mohamed.
Okay, and Buria?
Yeah, interesting question. Maybe my answer would be from the different views of Pak Andre. I think it's no doubt often the government funding is quite scarce, Ibu Diah, and external funding would be able, to use as a startup, to initiate the establishment of research centers in countries. So I think might suggest also maybe provide some kind of how do you say it, advocacy to the government, because normally it's a G2G, government to government, to gauge or to get the interest from other countries to maybe invest or provide some small funding to initiate the startup of the research centers in your country. Thank you.
Thank you, Buria. So I would like to invite Mas Firdaus Hafiz has already posed question 2. Would you like to open your mic, Mas Hafiz? Okay.
Hello.
Yeah.
Thank you. Actually, I'm sorry I cannot open my camera. Thanks for the presentations, Pak Andre and Buria. It's very interesting because we face these challenges every day in the university and research centers. So I'm wondering for your presentation for the clear agenda as the key, one of the key success, and then and it's oftenly we found that there's a lot of dynamic agenda during the project, and sometimes at the end of the project, due to the demand of the policymakers, of the beneficiaries itself, how you deal with this at yes, and then at the same time we have limited resources already at the end of the project, and I'm sure Guria as the non-state government also to be in the middle between the researchers and the beneficiaries. So how you also deal with this? Do you prefer to, okay, well, let's stop this project, or we can still go on with this funding? Yeah, that's kind of challenge. Please advise, Andre and Buria. Thanks.
Okay, so yeah, Buria.
Maybe I'll get Pak Andre to answer first while I'm putting my answers strategically so it's not.
Yeah.
Silakan Pak Andre dulu.
Yeah. Pak Hafiz, I hope this is not your curhat today, yeah, because maybe this, but these issues happen all the time. For example, when we are approaching the last stage of the project, and the context is rapidly changing, and then the donors ask for more objectives. Of course, we need to sit together, we discuss, and we show them all the resources that we have left from this project. And then we can mention that if we would like to fulfill this new requirement, then we can only work maybe 30 or 50%, not completely 100%. And then they will ask us whether we still have time or other resources, and what should they do to make it happen. So this is the thing that we discuss. Sometimes it come up to the agreement, but sometimes they also understand that this is the likely to make a good deliverables is also very low, so they can understand. But another issue is about the change from two sides, the change from the university policy and then the new requirements from the donor. This is very tough. Yeah, this is very hard for us to manage, but is very rare. It's very rare. But now nowadays in UGM they have a lot of internal policies that really are affecting our work in the research unit. Then we communicate this as well, to the donors, to the non-state actors about the internal changes that happen in our center. For example, the DPI, Dana Pengembangan Institusi. This is a special items in the project that should be fulfilled as well, because this is a new requirement from the university. But the donors, the non-state actors, they don't recognize this. They say that we don't recognize the text, we don't recognize anything, but only all those items in the project budget. So we also discussed it with our collaborators. So again, the key factors is communication. Thank you, Pak Hafiz.
Diah, do you want to add?
Yeah, thanks. In addition to communications, what we've experienced is also how our partners communicate these issues to us. It's really important because, as Pak Andre mentioned, we don't understand the other side of the bridge, right? We don't understand the way sometimes how, for example, think tank-based universities operates. So in the beginning of the agreement, normally we have that open communication. So then when there are issues, normally we put that in the agreement, and then how we amicably or together can resolve that, Mas Hafiz. But what we also often found is we get caught up between the researchers and the government of Indonesia.
No.
The expectations are often quite high from the government of Indonesia. And from the researchers, they would like to maintain the research quality. Therefore, it takes time for researchers to undertake the research. And this sometimes clashes. The government wants quick solutions. But when we talk about academics rigor, it takes time. Good research needs to take time, right? It takes evidence, it takes good analysis, peer review process. And that's what sometimes we in donors, development partners, often has to play the bridge. And it's not easy because at the same time, as Pak Andre mentioned, we want high quality research, yeah, Pak Andre, from our research partners from the universities. We want the results to be robust, especially as we know, Australia is quite particular about quality of research. But then the beneficiaries, whether it's local government or national government, they want things to be quickly because they need to make decision quickly. So that's why we are trying in the last couple of years, in collaboration with a number of non-state actors, how to navigate that issue. And I think Pak Andre would know these are also challenges that Pak Andre and the team face when producing quality research to the funder, yeah, Pak Andre. Hope that answers question, Mas.
Thank you, Diah. Thank you.
Thank you, Mas Hafiz. So, due to these situations, Pak Andre, do you have any experience also on to customized approaches due to the variety capacities of our counterparts or beneficiaries during the research?
Yes, Diah. This is also the relevancy why we should identify our partners. Who are they actually? For example, if the funding comes from Ibu Ria's office, then we should know there are a long list of checklists we should tick before we discuss with Ibu Ria. But sometimes we have partners who are not really demanding. They love to have a very quick result, though it trade-offs with the quality. We can also discuss with them as well. So this is the importance on the partners' identifications. But again, in minimum terms, we have also a certain standard to deliver our product, because sometimes we meet with donors really how do you call it? Yeah, they don't care with the quality. Yeah, and with this kind of donors, we just discuss some activities or talking in the coffee shops, but then the follow-up never happened. Yeah, because we also avoid to do such kind of project because it will influence our motivations. Thank you, Budia.
Yeah, so for Buria, how or with what mechanism you promote to get more partners in doing research, because by widening the collaborations of partners, I think it could be also another strategy to widen also the capability of researchers in Indonesia.
I think we are continue to see the knowledge sector, sektor pengetahuan, that's research, science, technology as a priority in helping building knowledge-based economy for Indonesia. In terms of, what are the ways to get that? I think given the changing context, we are shifting the emphasis, say, of the last 10 years from building the capacity, organizational capacity, shift that towards providing platform for more partnership between countries, for example, Australian and Indonesian organizations, and also play the brokering role. And I think between development partners or donors from the UK, the US, and other countries, where they also see research as critical, we are talking to each other and sharing, these are the best practice from our experience of working with this organization. So it's sometimes that people-to-people information, it's also our ways to promote our partners, our research partners. Other ways is really facilitating engagement with the donor countries' partners. So universities in Australia, we would like to increase collaboration with UGM, for example, or other universities in Indonesia, or other universities in Indonesia, in other parts of Indonesia. So that's why what we are trying to do going forward, Ibu Diah, in terms in promoting more collaboration. And also we see regional collaboration is becoming quite important. So not just on Indonesia issue, but some of the issue also shared with other global or regional countries like health security, health system. It's now shared across the region. So we are trying going forward to promote that collaboration between organizations, not just with Indonesian, but also with others to work with Indonesian researchers. Thank you.
Okay, maybe last, maybe it's not question, but maybe suggestion from both of you. Do you think that we need like a market that will be meet between researchers and donors, so we could interact each other, or just provide what is the specialistic of one research centers? Could it match with the need of the donors? So do you have any suggestions, the platform maybe, or forum?
Yes, thank you, Budia.
Yeah.
I think this postgraduate forum is also some kind of initiative forum to provide a platform for all of us to work together. Although the issue is still spread out from A to Z, but then we can make it more systematic. I believe all these young researchers here or the students, they will be the next stars, researchers in the health system strengthening, because this is a big issue in the world. And when we can work together, we can collaborate together, we can exchange information, exchange methodology, and also we can disseminate all the results all together. Maybe the impact will be stronger or greater compared to if we do it all alone. And what we observe, we need to find also the non-state actors like Iburia, because this is, we call it angel non-state actors, yeah, because we have a lot of collaborations, and then our development is also supported by these kind of partners. So we need to expand our capacity and capability, and on the other hand, we need to have a very close relation with the non-state actors. Thank you, Budia.
Yeah, and Buria, there's a wish from Ahmed Al-Qadari. Could you maybe give examples of the donors platform that related to health research?
Okay, Ahmed, Mr. Ahmed. There's plenty in from the, I think, Australian government. You could check the DFAT website. But one that is evident in Indonesia is the knowledge sector initiatives. So you could access their website, where UGM, PKMK UGM is one of the members, think tank for the last 10 years. Going forward, we also envisaging what we call a knowledge partnership platform, which really will, as I said earlier, will match or provide a platform for different research organizations to work collaboratively on specific research topics. Hopefully we can launch that program early next year or end of this year. From other donors, I know the UK and the United Kingdom and the US embassy also have different knowledge platform, but they are more specific on thematic issues, you know, like a blue economy or green economy, climate change, health security. So something you could check the website, Mr. Ahmed. And I think I want to echo Pa Andre, Ibu Diah. I think forum like this and maybe other forums that can be created more to provide the platform or the avenue for knowledge sharing from different parties, you know, from donors, from universities, think tanks, and I think from the donors' perspective, I'm hoping also the universities will provide a lot of support to the universities think tank to really provide that opportunity for knowledge sharing, Budia, Pa Andre, because we from the donors' perspective really needs that information, because sometimes we are so caught up with the business as usual that we don't know really what is available out there. So, you know, maybe reach out to many development partners, multilateral agencies, ASEAN agencies. I think that's also a way for researchers to be known.
Thank you.
Going forward.
Thank you, Buria. So we are not realized that times go so fast. So thank you for nice discussions and also sharing your experience. And of course, it is an honor to have you all here today. So thank you very much for interesting talks. Thank you for your time to participate, and I hope you enjoy this session. Let me end this session by saying a wisdom word from Isaac Newton. We built so many walls and not enough bridges. So let us build more bridges together. It helps us to connect and know both sides, both shores. Thank you very much and have a great day to all of you. Thank you. Wassalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh.
Thank you, Bu Diah. Thank you, Bu Diah. Thank you, everybody. I'll be seeing you around. Bye-bye.
Over to you, Mbak Eta.
Thank you, Budia, for moderating our third plenary session about bridging research agenda from non-state actors to academic. And thank you to all speakers, Pak Andre and Buria. Well, ladies and gentlemen, now we move on to the next session. It is student stage 3, and we will see the poster presentation from all the presenters. And the session will be led by our moderator, Mrs. Sandra Olivia Franz. So I'd like to give this session to Mrs. Sandra.
Thank you, Becca. Good morning, ladies and gentlemen. Welcome to the Student Stage 3 poster presentation. My name is Sandra Franz, and I will moderate the session. We just learned from Buria and Pak Andre from this morning's session that research and collaboration plays a critical role in terms of strengthening the health systems. So in this session, we will hear 7 interesting presentations from Indonesia and Malaysia. Many of the presentation here will be talking about safe working environment, data management, and human resource for health. Along with us, we have 3 important experts in the field. I believe we all already familiar with them in the university or through their work, but let me introduce them. The first one, we have Professor Syed. He is a professor in the Epidemiology Unit Faculty of Medicine, Prince of Songkhla University, Thailand. Good morning, Professor Syed.
Good morning, can you hear me?
Yes, I can hear you clearly.
Great, thank you.
Yeah. Thank you. And the second judge or expert, we have Dr. Lika Prawidya Putri, M.Ph., Ph.D. She is a research consultant and faculty member in the Department of Health Policy and Management, Faculty of Medicine, Public Health and Nursing, Universitas Gadjah Mada. Selamat pagi, Dr. Lika.
Selamat pagi, Dr. Sandra. Good morning, everyone.
Thank you. And last but not least, we have Dr. Aldalina Mahmud. She is a research consultant and faculty member in the Department of Community Health, University Putra, Malaysia. Selamat pagi, Dr. Aldalina.
Selamat pagi.
Thank you. Before we start, let me read the rules. So each presenter already sent a video presentation. So the committee will play the video, and each video's length is about 3 minutes. After that, we have 2 minutes for questions and answers. Since the time is very tight, allow me to ask one judge to give comments or questions to the presenter, and then the presenter will respond. Perhaps I will begin by asking Professor Syed to give comments to the first presenter, and then Dr. Lika for the second presenter, and Dr. Aldalina for the third presenter, and then we begin again with Professor Syed. And other participants in this Zoom meeting can ask questions or comments in the chat box, and the presenter can respond in the chat box directly. Well, without further ado, let's begin with the first presenter, Ms. Estiana Khoirin Nisa from Universitas Gadjah Mada, who will be presenting about the effect of implementing new normal protocols toward COVID-19 infection among health workers in Nur Hidayah Hospital. We cannot hear the sound, sorry. Well, I believe the presenters are all here, so please, Ms. Estiana Hoirunisa, after this, you should be ready to answer the judges' comments.
Yeah, sorry, excuse me, Bu Sandra. For today's presentation, the first speaker is Ms. Farah Al-Katiri from Universitas Gadjah Mada. Yeah, with the title, The Lean Management Approach for Improvement in Writing E-Prescription at the Outpatient Unit of Pertamina Cirebon Hospital. I think Ms. Farah is here.
Oh, yeah.
Good morning, Ms. Farah.
So will that be a video or do I ask question directly now?
Yeah, so maybe we can play the video first.
Yes,
okay.
Good morning, judge and participant.
Okay, thank you. So we will play the video. Thank you.
Afternoon, ladies and gentlemen. Let me introduce myself. My name is Farah Al-Katiri, Master Hospital Management student, Faculty of Medicine, Public Health and Nursing, Gadjah Mada University, Yogyakarta, Indonesia. At this meeting, I will convey the research that I have done with the title Lean Management Approach to Improve Electronic Prescription Writing in the Outpatient Installation of Pertamina Cirebon Hospital. This research was conducted at the Pertamina Cirebon Hospital, where until September 2021, they were still using manual prescription, which caused the waiting time for drug delivery to exceed the specified time for other prescription medicine being more than 30 minutes and for pulverized medicine more than 60 minutes. The electronic prescription application has actually been available since 2016 but is not used because senior doctors have difficulty using it. This research methods use action research using the participatory action research approach, quantitative data analysis testing, the difference in mean lead time, value-added ratio before and after the intervention, analysis of qualitative data from primary data in the form of interviews. The result is the prescription system consists of other prescription and pulverized medicine, reduction of waste, extra processing, waiting, and inventory. Improvement to prescription drugs were made, an increase in the use of prescription by 92%, improvement of lead time for prescription system and service for other prescription medicine of 31 minutes, 40 seconds, and pulverized medicine of 45 minutes, 15 seconds. Physician and pharmacists perceive the prescribing system to be able to shorten service time, reduce medication error, and increase patient safety. Conclusion, the prescribing feature in the Pertamina Cirebon Hospital can be used by physicians. The implementation of lean management has an impact of improving waste, the prescribing system lead time, prescription services for other prescription and pulverized medicine, and increasing the use of e-prescription. Physicians and pharmacists alike perceive the prescribing system to having improved service quality. Thank you so much for your attention.
Please, Prof.
Good afternoon, ladies and gentlemen.
So, okay, time for Q&A. So I thank the presenter for the excellent presentation. My question is based on the abstract and the findings. It seems that there's a difference in older and younger workers. Do you think the conclusion should apply to only specific group among the hospital workers?
Please, Ms. Farah, to respond. Ms. Farah, you are still muted.
Yes. Okay. Thanks, Judge. Yes, because from the base of the background in Pertamina Cirebon Hospital, we have many categories age for a doctor, and more than 50% doctor over 60 years old. So the problem, I think the problem is the difficulty the doctor for use the application.
How do you think we can optimize the adaptation of electronic systems by more senior healthcare workers?
Yes.
It seems that self-efficacy is a thing among younger workers, right? So there's that belief. Why do you think that's not found in older workers, and how do we help to overcome that?
Yes. In the background, I found the problem for interview from the head of outpatient award because that I want to know about deep about the problem. So I do the research.
Great, thank you.
Welcome.
Thank you, Ms. Farah and Prophet. I think we move to the second presentation. We have here Mr. Mohamed Helmi from Universitas Gadjah Mada, who is going to present about working situation among medical team during the surge capacity in the intensive care unit at the first wave of COVID-19 pandemic in Indonesia.
The coronavirus disease has become a global problem since the end of 2019. Furthermore, due to the potential of mutation, we are required to retain or remain alert for any possible worsening in pandemic to come. My name is Helmi. I am from Universitas Gadjah Mada, Yogyakarta in Indonesia, and I'm thrilled to share our research result to picture the working situation among medical team in the ICU during early COVID-19 pandemic under surge capacity. The highly contagious COVID-19 was causing an enormous number of infected patients in just one time point. It becomes a further threat when there were numerous patients were needing ICU care, resulting in surge capacity. To overcome, an ICU evaluation is mandatory to prepare its readiness. We can evaluate the readiness from 4S, which are the spaces, or the bed and its unit, staff, including the medical supplies and logistics, staff or the medical team, and finally, the system to elaborate any other previously lacking as variables, aiming in maintaining the quality of care. Therefore, we are aiming to describe the work situation of ICU medical team in dealing with COVID-19 surge capacity with 4S strategy. Our research consisted of 3 sub-studies. Sub-study 1 was an in-depth interview to look at the readiness of the national referral hospitals, wherein we had the information that they had fairly ready for COVID-19. We also gathered experts of ICU education and professionals for sub-study 2 in FGD method, where we were informed that during early pandemic, staff education has become the major challenge other than hospital management. They had suggested innovation and involvement of several organizations to improve the staff quality. So, profited from the result of both qualitative sub-studies, we built a quantitative questionnaire under a Delphi method for sub-study 3, in which we had received 459 samples. Our quantitative study revealed that larger or type A hospitals tend to have better preparation in dealing with COVID-19 when compared to smaller type B or type C hospitals in terms of readiness, particularly in the number of availability of beds, zoning, anteroom, negative pressure room, and CCTV. In the regard of staff, we found a lack of personal protective equipment or PPE, which the least was face shield at 45%. This then pushed the hospitals to reuse their PPE. Even though 67% of respondents understanding in wearing PPE, unfortunately, most say that their reused PPE was not evaluated in its quality. At the early pandemic, we also found most hospitals were a lack of the number of high flow nasal cannula and ventilator. The staff health screening was mainly performed with only rapid tests. Also, they have informed that in-house training was mostly not performed. 49% of respondents were aware that their healthcare insurance was covered by the government. However, a COVID-19 task force team was only mentioned in 34% of hospitals. In conclusion, at the early pandemic, using 4S approach, the ICU medical team in various hospitals was not ready or not prepared to face COVID-19 pandemic. Hence, a better preparation need to be performed in order to prepare for possibility on upcoming surge capacity. Thank you very much. Back to you, judges.
Thank you. And time for question and answers. Please, Dato.
Yep, thank you, Dr. Helmi. That's a very brief and clear presentation. So I wonder if, well, we hope it won't happen again, the pandemic, but if the pandemic, well, maybe sometimes in the future happen, what preparation that should be done?
Thank you very much, Dr. Lika Putri, for the question. Yes, pandemic is never can be expected. So we need to always be prepared for the possibility for next pandemic. To be able to prevent or prepare ourselves, we need to learn from our past, of course. For example, from this current pandemic, we learn from SARS-CoV-1. The earliest pandemic, how to deal with it, and also this documentation hopefully can bring us to a better preparation for future possible pandemic. That is also the clue for this research result. So based on our result, we need to prepare for the 4S for everything. For we need to prepare that we need to see ourselves, our strengths and weaknesses, especially in the 4S methods. How we are ready for the spaces, how the units and the beds and everything, and how to adapt it to the nature of the disease itself, and also we prepare of the logistics and everything. And most importantly, what is most important is the staff, the human resources, because we are the one who's dealing with everything. So we are dealing with the lack of spaces, lack of staff, lack of logistic and healthcare, machine, everything, and we make the system. We organize the system. So the human resources is the main point. So we need to prepare ourselves. So I think that's what the most important to prepare the future pandemic.
Okay, thank you, Dr. Helmi. May I proceed with a further question, Dr. Sandra? So in your point of view as an anesthesiologist, is there anything in the anesthesiologist curriculum that need to be changed or modified?
Thank you very much, Dr. Lika Putri. As for the curriculum for the current pandemic, as what we learned is actually we don't need to add any value and anything new for it. Mm-hmm. What we need to add is more like the infection prevention control to make it tighter, how to prevent, how to protect ourselves as a medical doctor or as healthcare resources to deal with disease. Because however, we are in the lack of numbers who are available to help the patients. The more we are infected, the less person who can help. So that is the main thing that we need to prepare other than curriculum. Curriculum mostly is okay, but then how we protect ourselves, and the second one is how to deliver the education, because the pandemic give a distance between the educator and the students. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. That's all for me. Congratulations, Dr. Helmi.
Thank you, Dr. Helmi and Dr. Lika. Well, this pandemic has taught us a lot about disaster preparedness for sure. And now we move to Malaysia. We want to hear the presentation from Mr. Mohamed Zulfakar Zubir from University Kebangsaan Malaysia, who is going to present about inputs and output selections in the data envelopment analysis, measuring health service delivery. Please.
Assalamualaikum and good day to all participants. My name is Mohamed Zulfakar from Department of Community Health, Faculty of Medicine, University Kebangsaan Malaysia, Malaysia. My poster presentation is about input and output selection in data envelopment analysis, measuring health service delivery efficiency. What is efficiency? Efficiency can be expressed as a ratio of output and input, or vice versa. Output or work output is the total amount of useful work completed without accounting for any waste and spoilage. In other words, efficiency is the ability of an organization to achieve an end goal with little to no waste, effort, or energy. Hospitals are complex organizations of services because they are governed by paradigm of complexity and non-linear behaviors of their members, of the medical staff, of the patient, and also of their illnesses. In order for hospital to fulfill its objective, performance evaluation is of utmost importance. How can we measure this? DEA is one of the tools that can be used. DEA is a non-parametric and deterministic methods in measuring efficiency. The key benefits of DEA for hospital application are its adaptability and diversity. It doesn't need to know relative price information and can be readily accept a variety of input and outputs. We reviewed 63 studies published on hospital efficiency from various countries to identify the common input and output in measuring the hospital service delivery efficiency. From the study, we found that the input can be categorized into three major areas: capacity-related, labor-related, and expenses-related. 51 studies use number of beds as their capacity-related input. 30 studies use the number of doctors as the labor-related input. And 13 studies use total operating costs as their expenses-related input. The outputs can be divided into two categories, which is activity-related and quality-related. 52 studies use the number of inpatient or admission discharge for their activity-related output. And 4 studies use mortality rate as their quality-related output. The selection of input and output for measuring efficiency in DEA must be based on certain principle or criteria. So we suggest in selecting the input and output, these are the criteria. It must representing the hospital, it must be clear and comprehensive, it must be relevant to the studies, and it must have an appropriate unit of measurement. With that, thank you.
Thank you. Well, I saw in the comments that Dr. Adalina haven't got this abstract, but you may have some question after hearing the presentation. Sorry.
Yes. Good morning. Thank you to the presenter for the short and very but clear presentation. Yes, I do not have it in my drive. Yeah, the abstract. So I might just ask one question, and then I would like to give the chance to other judges to ask as well. Yeah. So Dr. Zulfakar.
Yep.
Yeah. Okay. Good. So basically, you've done a systematic review and you found some inputs and outputs. Yeah.
Yeah.
In your opinion, in the Malaysian context, what would be the best output and input that for general, maybe let's say a tertiary hospital kind of scenario?
So basically, thank you, Dr. Alina. Basically, it really depends on what are you measuring actually. If you are measuring the whole hospital itself, basically the best thing that you can measure is the number of beds and the number of doctors.
In detail, you want really, basically, if you have the cost, it is much better. But in Malaysia, it's really really hard to pin down the cost by each department or by each doctor. It's really difficult. At least you can get the overall picture by using the number of bed and the number of labor. As for the output, basically, from my review, most of them are using the basic number of patient and the number of outpatient or number of inpatient. That is the very basic thing. But the thing is, that is just a direct measurement. The important thing that we want to measure is the quality output, which is the mortality or the reports or incident. But the thing is, in terms of this quality measurement, again, it is really difficult to find the exact number or the exact value in measuring this set of output.
Thank you. Thank you. Thank you, Madam Chairperson.
Thank you. We still have 30 seconds. Maybe Profit or Dr. Lika want to ask to Dr. Zulfakar.
No question on my part.
So quick question. How, Dr. Zulfakar, how the result will change any model of data involvement analysis in the future? What do you suggest?
Yeah, basically there are many school of thought in measuring efficiency. You can use a ratio analysis or data envelopment analysis, or you can use a stochastic frontier analysis. Each model or each measurement has its own benefit and weakness. But in the end, it really depends on the stakeholders. What are you really measuring, or what angle are you looking at? Then, if you have a clear objective of what are you looking at, or what are you going to find, then you can set a specific input and output and use the best model that can fit your objective of your studies.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you, Dr. Zulfakar. Well, we are all agree that data management is an important issue to support the systems. Well, still in from Malaysia, we have Mr. Syuhadas Hamzah from University Kebangsaan Malaysia, who is going to present about medical intern experiences during COVID-19 pandemic, scoping review with SWOT analysis.
Assalamualaikum and a very good day to all. I am Syuhada and here is my poster regarding scoping review on medical intern experiences during the COVID-19 pandemic. As we know, medical intern training is the transition phase from being a medical student to become a full registered medical officer. Harrison 2021 study from USA had mentioned there was interruption in medical intern training during this pandemic. By the way, the medical intern training is still ongoing with several approaches by each organization to make sure their intern safety and health are preserved. But how they perceive working during this time, we're not sure. This study would like to review the medical intern experiences working during pandemic, so we can understand what kind of supports are needed to assist them to learn with this crisis era. This is a scoping review using Prisma guidance with searching terms medical intern, houseman, and COVID-19 on 12 March 2022. After screening and searching for eligibility of study by title, abstract, and full text availability, 10 articles were chosen to further analysis. A thematic analysis was undertaken, and the theme was categorized using the SWOT framework. From this analysis, we found 4 strengths of medical intern. Most of studies told that they have high motivation to serve for nation, already good knowledge about disease and management, most of them still young and energetic, and last is always ready to learn and work. But why some people said medical intern is not worth in co-managing COVID-19 patient? It is about competency matter, especially to create rapport with patient, especially when on mask and PPE. Still unfamiliar with the clinical environment and culture, and cost wastage when come with consumables. Besides, they are unrealized that they are got opportunity to collaborate well with specialists and community, able to optimize existing technology, got extra financial incentive and better career development where they can learn fast to complete their internship. Finally, they are exposed to the virus infections if no serious precaution taken. They are prone to get anxiety and worry about their family and got either high public expectation or complaints. All this can affect their physical and mental health. So in this review, we managed to list down the needs for medical interns to support them to feel safe working during the pandemic crisis in discussion column. In conclusion, not all medical intern experiences working during COVID-19 pandemic are negative. However, study on this is still limited and cannot be generalized. We hope this review can benefit to stakeholders, curriculum provider, and public as well. With this, thank you for paying attention and glad if I can respond to any questions. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Syuhada. And time for question and answers. Please, Prof.
Thank you, Ms. Syuhada. Are you here?
Yes.
Oh, hi. For the presentation, just a few follow-up questions. What were the keywords that you use to search for documents in this scoping review?
Okay, thank you. I use medical intern, houseman, and COVID-19.
Okay, just comments in case you want to publish this in peer-reviewed journals. It would be a really good idea to detail kind of the search term that you use and also where you search. So this way the findings can be replicated.
Okay. All right.
I know we were short for time, so.
Okay. During the pandemic, there are a bloom of research article produced, but the research mostly not done in proper manner. Okay, I use the three searching terms. Just now I mentioned medical intern, houseman, and COVID-19. I use three search engine, EBSCOhost, Scopus, and WOS, Web of Science, on 22nd of March 22. And then I searched the articles from January 2020 and until 22 March 2022.
Okay, well, that's a lot more informative because now I can replicate. Thank you for that. In different countries, there are different medical education systems. Some countries would require medical graduates to be intern post-graduation before they can start working. In Thailand, on the other hand, internship is called externship, and it's the 6th and final year of medical education. So there are housemen who work under supervision, but have not yet received their medical degrees. So was there any standard definition of who would be considered interns in your system?
Yeah, in this study, we took the intern, those graduated from medical school only. We exclude all the medical student final year like that.
Okay, so then generalizability might be limited if that might be one limitation. And the last part is more of a comment, because I feel like essentially the human experience is qualitative in nature, which means when you publish this, it would be a really good idea to include quotations, even if it's secondary from published studies, to give further context to, well, what do they mean by this, and that part of SWOT?
Okay, it may be considered for a next study.
Yes, thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Syuhada and Prof. Well, there are possibilities to involve medical interns in the disaster management. We move to the fifth presentation. We go back to Indonesia. From Mr. Febri Alberto, Universitas Gadjah Mada, who is going to present about health system resilience during COVID-19, lesson learned from implementation, hospital information system in low resource hospital.
Hi, my name is Febri Alberto. I am postgraduate student at Public Health Program Study, Gadjah Mada University, and work for the Health Polytechnic Palangkaraya. Today I will share the result of my research about lesson learned from the implementation hospital information system in Law Research Hospital. Since the COVID-19 was first discovered at the end of December 2019 and later declared as a pandemic, this has led to massive transformation in our sector. This is also experienced by one of hospital in Central Kalimantan Province, which began implementing a hospital information system in January 2020, with the aim of improving health service in hospital. The change in information technology in this hospital that occurred so quickly have made problems arise about how the health worker accepting to this change. So based on that, the methodology that using in the study is quantitative research with the questionnaire as a tool to gather the data. The total sampling of this study is 77 staff, and for the data analysis using same multiple group analysis. And as you can see in this picture is my study model that I using in my research. There are two groups. For the first, 40 respondents from younger worker group, and then 37 respondents from the older worker group. And 19 respondents is work as a midwifery, and then 58 respondents is a nurse. The result same multiple group analysis is show interesting finding. There are some difference between older worker and younger worker. The analysis show the intention to use hospital information system from the younger worker group affected by self-efficacy and social influence, and from the older worker affected only by performance expectancy, and for the use hospital information system from the younger worker affected by their intention to use and facilitating condition, and for the older worker is affected by intention to use and self-efficacy. The aspect of self-efficacy and facilitating condition are the main key factor for the health worker in one hospital in Central Kalimantan with the low research to use hospital information system during the COVID-19 pandemic. This result also show that not just the worker have to prepare, but for the change, as organizational too must support the worker. Thank you very much.
Thank you. And now, Dr. Lika, please give your comments.
Okay, thank you, Dr. Sandra. Febri, Alberto, are you here already? Okay, that's good. So yeah, I have two questions. So the first one is, how did you recruit the sample? Can you please describe, explain further?
Let me introduce myself. My name is Febri. To recruit the sample is using the total sampling. That because in this hospital is not all unit is implement the system. Is right now is only in inpatient unit. So basically, I only in inpatient unit and using the total sampling in there.
So you include all the stuff there. Okay, and what question that is interpreted as self-efficacy and the other thing, social influence? What question in your questionnaire that you said, oh, that is self-efficacy? So what is the definition of self-efficacy in your study?
For my context in this research, the self-efficacy is about how the staff in there they are use the system, what they affect them to use and make them more confidence using like that, something.
What about the social influence?
Social influence is about how the influence of their friend and then their coworker and then their leader, because it's this hospital is a government type hospital, so I want to more know about how their leader, something like that.
Okay. So just a brief suggestion. So if you later want to publish this, it will be great if you define what is self-efficacy. I mean, in your questionnaire, which question reflects self-efficacy, which question reflects social influence, and did you use like Likert scale? If yes, you use 0 to 7 or 0 to 4, and etc. That's for me, from me, Dr. Sandra. Thank you.
Thank you, Dr. Lika, and also Mr. Febri. This is very interesting that today we also learn from the low resource settings hospitals, which is very important in the pandemic area too, because so many cases also happen everywhere. We move to the last but not least presentation, still from Indonesia. We have Miss Yuli Fitria from Universitas Gadjah Mada, who is going to present about implementation of digital signature for electronic health records.
Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. Thank you for the opportunity that has been given. I am Yuli Fitria, a master degree student in Health Management Information System, Faculty of Medicine, Public Health and Nursing at Gadjah Mada University. Today, I will present the result of my research about implementation of digital signature for electronic health record. As we know, electronic medical records are a challenge in how to build trust between doctor and patient in healthcare facility. The reality that happen, common problem in the application of electronic signature on electronic health record are the signature do not appear and the validity is weak. Digital signature in electronic health record transaction is important to ensure that there is no misuse of electronic data and information. Aspects of non-repudiation, integrity and authenticity of electronic information are also important for security in the implementation of interoperability. The purpose of this study was to determine the stage in the readiness of digital signature implementation and make recommendation for the step for implementing a digital signature. This is a mixed method research with an exploratory sequential design and conducted using in-depth interview and measuring the level of readiness to implement digital signature using electronic health record starter readiness assessment by DocIT. Our finding that electronic health record was implemented and integrated with online registration, bridging BPJS, SPKDT online hospital by Ministry of Health. Problem electronic signature is the doctor signature has been changed, signature not showing and user doubt about legitimacy. Based on this spider chart, the highest readiness assessment is in the infrastructure and human resources area. Health information system application has been able to accommodate the needs of the health service flow, so that supporting paperless achievement. The conclusion, Yogyakarta Hospital is ready to apply digital signature for electronic health record. Several recommendations must be made to address the challenge of the security system and sustainability of digital signature implementation. There are readiness of application aspect, user and regulatory aspect. This recommendation is described as a metric plan. There are 4 units that relate to develop digital signature: hospital, health information provider, Diskominfo, and BSRI. With the metric plan, it's hoped that the process of preparing digital signature implementation will be more effective. This is all my presentation, and thank you for your attention. Wassalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. Assalamualaikum.
Thank you, Mbak Yuli. And now, Dr. Agalina, please give your comments or questions.
Hang on. Okay. Sorry, my video had some problems. Thank you very much, Miss Yuli. I really enjoyed your presentation, very short and yet very clear. Difficult to ask questions actually, because it was almost self-explanatory. It's just that in the abstract, you mentioned that the purpose of the study was to determine the stages in the readiness of digital signature implementation. So I'm sorry, I didn't get the conclusion. So you're concluding that they are in the this hospital is in the what do you call this, readiness stage? Yeah, they are ready to implement the electronic digital signature.
Yes, the hospital is ready to implement digital signature.
And readiness in terms of acceptability and also what do you call this, infrastructure kind of thing, isn't it? What about legal or regulatory aspect?
Yes, thank you. Regulatory readiness is to prepare regulation regarding how medical record data security standard use digital signature.
Is it ready? There's a law, there's a guideline on this.
Yes.
Already they have.
Okay. Yes.
Oh, is this done in this particular hospital only, or widespread around all throughout Indonesia?
In Yogyakarta hospital or in many hospital in Yogyakarta is not yet implementing digital signature. Because of that, I think I want to measure that level of readiness index to implement digital signature
in other hospitals as well. Okay, yeah. Thank you very much. That's all from me. Thanks.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you. Until we still have 30 seconds. So if the other judges want to give some questions or comments, please. Well, if not, then.
No, I just like to clarify, is it already implemented or is it like the first stage, because I cannot clearly see the poster at the right side?
I'm sorry?
So is the electronic signature already implemented?
Not yet implemented in Hospital Yogyakarta.
Oh, okay. So it's the readiness, so you're assessing. Okay,
Yes.
okay, got it.
Thank you, Ms. Yuli. Thank you, Dr. Lika and Dr. Adalina. Well, actually, we still have, we still have time. So perhaps I would like to ask the judges here, since there are so many students and maybe myself also will benefit from it. What is your tips or suggestions when we want to present a poster presentation or a presentation that will make you judges interested in this research, please?
I'll begin. I think it depends from conference to conference, but what I have noticed from Zoom meetings, we're presenting slides, it's that sometimes, including myself, we tend to put too many texts in a slide that if we present at the same time as showing the text, the audience would get distracted from what we're trying to say because they're trying to read the text, which then makes the communication process less effective. If I could tell myself when I first start as a graduate student, I would tell myself to make the slides in bullet point, including the posters in bullet points, and make it as concise as possible. Still contain the details, but concise.
Thank you, Prof. I'm writing all the tips, yeah. And Dr. Adalina, you want to continue?
Yes, I totally agree with Prof. Wit. I sometimes do the same mistake. We get too wordy because we get nervous, I guess, when you want to present. So you want to put everything on the slide, but actually you can have a piece of paper as your script and have the slide and script separately, you see. So I think having a script on a separate piece of paper and your slides, keeping it simple, I think that's a good tip, and I think that's a bit practical. I just want to add a little thing more. I noticed that most of the presentation are much better than the abstract. I think the abstract can be a bit too loose sometimes, but when we listen to the presentation, we say, wow, that's great, but it was not reflected in the abstract, I think. So maybe we can all work into improving perhaps the abstract, because I think the presentation is leaps and bounds better than what I read from the abstract. So I have to change my scoring sheet many times because when I listened to the presentation, they were all very good, actually. Yeah, that's all. Thanks.
Thank you. Dr. Lika?
I'd like to reiterate what Dr. Adalina said. So perhaps the things that why the presentation look better than the abstract, maybe because the presentation is made after reading the abstract time and time again, over and over again, and then we find out that, oh, I think I need to improve this part or this part. So that I think that's the basic for everything. Like practice makes perfect. So when we repeat same thing over and over again, we'll get to find out what is how can we improve it more. I think that's all for me, Dr. Sandra.
Yeah, thank you so much. Maybe from the presenters, do you have some questions for the judges or the other participants in this Zoom meeting, please?
No, I just want to say thank you for judges and moderator. Thank you so much for this.
Thank you so much, Mbak Farah. We already learned about e-health before from the presentations about the improvement in e-prescription, digital signature in health record. We also learned about data involvement analysis in health service delivery, about the pandemic management. There are 3 topics in there about the ICU situation during the high wave pandemic, medical intern experiences, and hospital information systems in lower resource settings. I would like to give my gratitude to our judges here, Prof, Dr. Lika, and Dr. Aidalina. Thank you for giving your valuable comments to the presenters and your tips for us, future students or the current students. Thank you so much. I would like to appreciate all the presenters here, Ms. Farah, Dr. Helmi, Dr. Zulfakar, Dr. Shuhada, Ms. Febri, and Ms. Yuli for sharing your excellent work with us. Thank you. We wish you the best luck for your future. Apologies for any mistakes for me. And well, I will give back the floor to the MC. Goodbye and see you around in the remaining session. Thank you.
Thank you, Dr. Sandra and all the participants.
Okay, thank you, Mrs. Sandra, for moderating the poster presentation session, the student stage 3, and thank you to all the judges, and congratulations for all the presenters today. And ladies and gentlemen, now we have to capture some moment today. So please, if you don't have any disturbance or obstacles in the signal, you may open the camera, turn on your camera, and the committee will capture some slides. Okay, we are still waiting for everyone to turn on your camera, please. Okay, I think everyone is ready, so I will count down in 3, 2, 1. Okay, once more, hold on your smile. In 3, 2, 1. Yep, the last, okay. In 3, 2, 1. Okay, thank you very much. Please give virtual applause to us for today. Well, now it is the time for lunch break, everyone. So we have 1 hour. We will come back to the next session at 12:30 for the student stage 4. There will be oral presentation in 3 breakout room. So please be ready before 12:30. Enjoy your lunch and see you in the next session.
I'm Rosie. My friend Matt and I are friends with Assistant Professor Witwichadit, who asked us to make this presentation on his behalf, titled Epidemiologists, Essential Workers of the Future. Epidemiologists are health scientists who study the distribution of diseases in a population. Epidemiologists identify health problems, measure their magnitude, identify risk factors, and identify solutions to these problems. So, who should study epidemiology? This discipline is very useful for scientists who are interested in public health. Epidemiology is also useful for public health people who are interested in science. Now my friend Matt will talk to you about the different fields of study within epidemiology. Matt?
Thanks, Rosie. Hi everyone, I'm Matt. So the word epidemiology might make people think of epidemics or infectious diseases, and they would be right. However, epidemiologists also investigate problems in other fields, including maternal and child health, cancer, mental health, alcohol and substance abuse, and even casualties from violence and armed conflicts.
Graduate education in epidemiology emphasizes data analysis and interpretation, as well as field work and project management. These skills are highly transferable to career fields that are in high demand and deemed as essential for the future. In addition to working as epidemiologists for health departments, graduates of master's and Ph.D. programs in epidemiology are qualified to work and have found employment as data scientists, survey researchers, actuarial scientists, as well as technical consultants for international organizations such as the WHO and UNICEF, especially in the area of monitoring and evaluation.
The curriculum of our master's and Ph.D. programs in epidemiology include basic and applied epidemiology, statistics, qualitative research, and other related skills. During the first year, students take their coursework and gain initial research experience from the week-long field exercise in southern Thailand, before returning to their home country in the second year to conduct research for their own thesis. The research topic can be tailored to the students and the supervisor's interests. Master's students typically take 2 to 3 years to complete their study, while doctoral students typically take 3 to 5 years.
Thank you for watching our video. We hope that you can join us in Thailand and become a part of our community. Please visit our website for more information. See you soon.
Faculty of Medicine, Public Health and Nursing, Universitas Gadjah Mada has grown rapidly over the years and positioned itself to become a leading institution in Indonesia and in the region. It was established on March 5, 1946 as the oldest Faculty of Medicine in Indonesia. It aims to become an innovative and excellent Faculty of Medicine, Public Health and Nursing with international standards and to always serve the nation and humanity with national cultural values based on Pancasila. The mission of the faculty is to improve public health status through education, research, and excellent services based on local wisdom, ethics, professionalism, and evidence-based science integrated in the academic health system. Various study programs in Faculty of Medicine, Public Health and Nursing, Universitas Gadjah Mada has successfully achieved accreditation, such as TROP-Ed, Asian University Network Quality Assurance, and Philippine Accrediting Association of Schools, Colleges and Universities at the international level, and the Indonesian Board of National Accreditation for Higher Education and Indonesian Accreditation Agency for Higher Education and Health at the national level. Supported by lecturers, including professors, and supporting staff, departments, research centers or working groups, Universitas Gadjah Mada Academic Hospital, Central Public Hospital, Dr. Suraji Tirtonegoro, and Dr. Sarjito Teaching Hospital, which is currently accredited by Joint Commission International for Academic Medical Center. The faculty offers undergraduate programs, graduate programs, medical specialist programs, and combined degree programs. Every year, over 500 undergraduate students and 600 graduate students are enrolled. The faculty continually develops and improves a flagship program called Continuing Professional Development through guest lectures, seminars, symposia, and workshops. Moreover, the faculty is equipped with IT facilities and information systems that are integrated with the university system, video conference facilities and webinar, a computer-based test room in a convenient academic atmosphere, and a green campus. Supported with comfortable workspaces, museums, sports facilities, and disabled-friendly buildings. Active partnerships and strong collaborations have become inseparable parts of our faculty, without which progress in education, research, and community service would not have been achieved. Our international partnerships create ample opportunities for student and staff exchange, research collaborations, community services, as well as development of international, double degree, and sandwich programs at the undergraduate and graduate level.
As the one of the oldest medical school in Indonesia, we always encourage the quality of interprofessional education, strengthen research collaboration, community services based on local wisdom values, and modern technologies with international standard. Welcome to our Faculty of Medicine, Public Health and Nursing, Universitas Gadjah Mada.
Pusat Kebijakan dan Manajemen Kesehatan atau PKMK merupakan salah satu pusat kajian di bawah Fakultas Kedokteran Universitas Gadjah Mada. Kami berdiri pada tanggal 5 Februari 1998. Seiring berjalannya waktu, kegiatan PKMK yang berawal dari bidang manajemen pelayanan kesehatan, beberapa tahun terakhir ini semakin banyak berkembang ke arah kebijakan kesehatan. Hal ini berdampak pada perubahan nama institusi yang semula adalah Pusat Manajemen Pelayanan Kesehatan atau PMPK berubah menjadi Pusat Kebijakan Manajemen Kesehatan atau PKMK. Perubahan ini sesuai dengan persetujuan Senat Fakultas Kedokteran Universitas Gadjah Mada tertanggal 15 Maret 2013. Struktur organisasi PKMK terdiri atas 3 bagian, manajemen, divisi, dan unit pendukung. Manajemen adalah sistem yang mendukung jalannya kegiatan dan secara operasional membantu secara administrasi. Saat ini PKMK mempunyai 5 divisi yang sesuai dengan bidang keilmuannya, yaitu Divisi Manajemen Mutu, Divisi Kebijakan dan Manajemen Kesehatan, Divisi Manajemen Rumah Sakit, Divisi Manajemen Bencana, Divisi Sistem Informasi Kesehatan. Untuk mendukung manajemen dan kelima divisi tersebut, PKMK mempunyai unit pendukung, yaitu unit seminar dan publikasi. Untuk mendukung publikasi, PKMK menggunakan teknologi informasi. Salah satunya adalah penyebaran ilmu berbasis website. PKMK menyebarkan perkembangan ilmu dan informasi melalui website sejak tahun 2010. Website induk yang dikembangkan ialah Kebijakan Kesehatan Indonesia. Setelah itu, dikembangkan beberapa website lain untuk memberi banyak kontribusi terhadap masyarakat luas. Harapannya, website-website ini dapat diakses dan dapat dimanfaatkan seluruh pihak yang membutuhkan. PKMK telah bermitra dengan lembaga-lembaga pemerintah dan swasta, serta lembaga-lembaga internasional seperti SIDA, AUSAID atau DEVAT, WHO, Bank Dunia, European Union, dan USAID.
Magister Kebijakan Pembiayaan dan Manajemen Asuransi Kesehatan, Fakultas Kedokteran, Kesehatan Masyarakat dan Keperawatan Universitas Gadjah Mada. KPMAK FKKMK UGM didirikan pada tahun 2000 untuk menjawab tantangan terkait isu pembiayaan dan asuransi kesehatan di Indonesia. KPMAK UGM mempunyai 3 prinsip utama. Efisien dalam pembiayaan dan asuransi kesehatan. Equity, melindungi seluruh masyarakat melalui asuransi kesehatan. Inovasi, berbasis bukti untuk menentukan kebijakan pembiayaan dan asuransi kesehatan. Di era pengembangan JKN di Indonesia, KPMAK menjadi salah satu pilar penting demi terwujudnya universal health coverage yang berkeadilan. Program unggulan di minat KPMAK adalah up-to-date terhadap isu pembiayaan dan asuransi kesehatan dengan melibatkan para pembuat kebijakan dan praktisi dalam proses pembelajaran. Memiliki kesempatan menjadi tenaga profesional asuransi kesehatan melalui ujian sertifikasi bekerjasama dengan PAM-JAKI. Opsi pembelajaran daring yang memberi fleksibilitas lebih bagi yang tidak berkesempatan meninggalkan pekerjaan. Kuliah tamu yang melibatkan tenaga pengajar dari dalam dan luar negeri. Minat KPMAK mempunyai pusat kajian yang dapat menjadi wadah dan sarana belajar bagi mahasiswa untuk mengembangkan ilmu dan berjejaring dengan para dosen maupun praktisi lain, dan memperdalam ilmu dalam bidang manajemen asuransi kesehatan. Minat KPMAK FKKMK UGM didukung oleh dosen dan tenaga kependidikan yang profesional dan berkualifikasi.
Direksi Badan Penyelenggara Jaminan Sosial Kesehatan dengan susunan keanggotaan 1. Saudara Ali Kufron Mukti sebagai Direktur Utama.
Minat KPMAK FKKMK UGM melakukan kerjasama dengan berbagai institusi.
Saya bersyukur dan bangga pernah menempuh pendidikan di S2 KPMAK UGM karena selama kuliah kita diajarkan untuk menjadi seorang ahli pembiayaan dan jaminan asuransi kesehatan yang sangat dibutuhkan untuk membangun jaminan sosial Indonesia ke depan. Pengalaman-pengalaman selama kuliah tersebut memberikan kesempatan kepada saya untuk bagaimana membangun rencana ke depan untuk jaminan sosial di Indonesia. Terima kasih untuk para dosen, para supporting staff di KPMAK maupun di HPM yang telah membantu kami sehingga mendapatkan pengalaman terbaik selama kuliah di UGM.
Alasan saya memilih minat ini karena tidak semua universitas memiliki minat kebijakan pembiayaan dan manajemen asuransi kesehatan. Selain itu, dosen yang mampu minat ini baik dosen internal maupun dosen eksternal merupakan dosen yang high quality dan kompeten dalam bidangnya. Di sini juga didukung oleh staf yang dia sangat mendukung kegiatan akademik. Di samping itu, mahasiswa juga diberikan kemudahan
sehingga kami mampu membuat rumusan kebijakan kesehatan yang tepat dan berdaya guna.
Prodi ini memiliki banyak alumni yang bekerja di pemerintahan sebagai pembuat kebijakan. Saya merasa pembelajaran di era COVID-19 tetap berjalan dengan sangat baik meskipun melalui online.
Mari bergabung bersama kami menjadi keluarga besar Divisi Kebijakan dan Manajemen Kesehatan FKKMK UGM.
Hi, I'm Rosie. My friend Matt and I are friends with Assistant Professor Witwichadit, who asked us to make this presentation on his behalf, titled Epidemiologists, Essential Workers of the Future. Epidemiologists are health scientists who study the distribution of diseases in a population. Epidemiologists identify health problems, measure their magnitude, identify risk factors, and identify solutions to these problems. So, who should study epidemiology? This discipline is very useful for scientists who are interested in public health. Epidemiology is also useful for public health people who are interested in science. Now my friend Matt will talk to you about the different fields of study within epidemiology. Matt?
Thanks, Rosie. Hi everyone, I'm Matt. So the word epidemiology might make people think of epidemics or infectious diseases, and they would be right. However, epidemiologists also investigate problems in other fields, including maternal and child health, cancer, mental health, alcohol and substance abuse, and even casualties from violence and armed conflicts.
Graduate education in epidemiology emphasizes data analysis and interpretation, as well as field work and project management. These skills are highly transferable to career fields that are in high demand and deemed as essential for the future. In addition to working as epidemiologists for health departments, graduates of master's and Ph.D. programs in epidemiology are qualified to work and have found employment as data scientists, survey researchers, actuarial scientists, as well as technical consultants for international organizations such as the WHO and UNICEF, especially in the area of monitoring and evaluation.
The curriculum of our master's and Ph.D. programs in epidemiology include basic and applied epidemiology, statistics, qualitative research, and other related skills. During the first year, students take their coursework and gain initial research experience from the week-long field exercise in southern Thailand, before returning to their home country in the second year to conduct research for their own thesis. The research topic can be tailored to the students' and the supervisor's interests. Master's students typically take 2 to 3 years to complete their study, while doctoral students typically take 3 to 5 years.
Thank you for watching our video. We hope that you can join us in Thailand and become a part of our community. Please visit our website for more information. See you soon.
Faculty of Medicine, Public Health and Nursing, Universitas Gadjah Mada has grown rapidly over the years and positioned itself to become a leading institution in Indonesia and in the region. It was established on March 5, 1946 as the oldest faculty of medicine in Indonesia. It aims to become an innovative and excellent faculty of medicine, public health and nursing with international standards and to always serve the nation and humanity with national cultural values based on Pancasila. The mission of the faculty is to improve public health status through education, research, and excellent services based on local wisdom, ethics, professionalism, and evidence-based science integrated in the academic health system. various study programs in Faculty of Medicine, Public Health and Nursing, Universitas Gadjah Mada has successfully achieved accreditation, such as TROP-Ed, Asian University Network Quality Assurance, and Philippine Accrediting Association of Schools, Colleges, and Universities at the international level, and the Indonesian Board of National Accreditation for Higher Education and Indonesian Accreditation Agency for Higher Education and Health at the national level. Supported by lecturers, including professors, and supporting staff, departments, research centers or working groups, Universitas Gadjah Mada Academic Hospital, Central Public Hospital, Dr. Suraji Tirtonegoro, and Dr. Sarjito Teaching Hospital, which is currently accredited by Joint Commission International for Academic Medical Center. The faculty offers undergraduate programs, graduate programs, medical specialist programs, and combined degree programs. Every year, over 500 undergraduate students and 600 graduate students are enrolled. The faculty continually develops and improves a flagship program called Continuing Professional Development through guest lectures, seminars, symposia, and workshops. Moreover, the faculty is equipped with IT facilities and information systems that are integrated with the university system, video conference facilities and webinar, a computer-based test room in a convenient academic atmosphere, and a green campus. Supported with comfortable workspaces, museums, sports facilities, and disabled-friendly buildings. Active partnerships and strong collaborations have become inseparable parts of our faculty, without which progress in education, research, and community service would not have been achieved. Our international partnerships create ample opportunities for student and staff exchange, research collaborations, community services, as well as development of international, double degree, and sandwich programs at the undergraduate and graduate level.
As the one of the oldest medical school in Indonesia, we always encourage the quality of interprofessional education, strengthen research collaboration, community services based on local wisdom values, and modern technologies with international standard. Welcome to our Faculty of Medicine, Public Health and Nursing, Universitas Gadjah Mada.
Pusat Kebijakan dan Manajemen Kesehatan atau PKMK merupakan salah satu pusat kajian di bawah Fakultas Kedokteran Universitas Gadjah Mada. Kami berdiri pada tanggal 5 Februari 1998. Seiring berjalannya waktu, kegiatan PKMK yang berawal dari bidang manajemen pelayanan kesehatan, beberapa tahun terakhir ini semakin banyak berkembang ke arah kebijakan kesehatan. Hal ini berdampak pada perubahan nama institusi yang semula adalah Pusat Manajemen Pelayanan Kesehatan atau PMPK berubah menjadi Pusat Kebijakan Manajemen Kesehatan atau PKMK. Perubahan ini sesuai dengan persetujuan Senat Fakultas Kedokteran Universitas Gadjah Mada tertanggal 15 Maret 2013. Struktur organisasi PKMK terdiri atas 3 bagian, manajemen, divisi, dan unit pendukung. Manajemen adalah sistem yang mendukung jalannya kegiatan dan secara operasional membantu secara administrasi. Saat ini PKMK mempunyai 5 divisi yang sesuai dengan bidang keilmuannya, yaitu Divisi Manajemen Mutu, Divisi Kebijakan dan Manajemen Kesehatan, Divisi Manajemen Rumah Sakit, Divisi Manajemen Bencana, Divisi Sistem Informasi Kesehatan. Untuk mendukung manajemen dan kelima divisi tersebut, PKMK mempunyai unit pendukung yaitu unit seminar dan publikasi. Untuk mendukung publikasi, PKMK menggunakan teknologi informasi. Salah satunya adalah penyebaran ilmu berbasis website. PKMK menyebarkan perkembangan ilmu dan informasi melalui website sejak tahun 2010. Website induk yang dikembangkan ialah Kebijakan Kesehatan Indonesia. Setelah itu, dikembangkan beberapa website lain untuk memberi banyak kontribusi terhadap masyarakat luas. Harapannya, website-website ini dapat diakses dan dapat dimanfaatkan seluruh pihak yang membutuhkan. PKMK telah bermitra dengan lembaga-lembaga pemerintah dan swasta, serta lembaga-lembaga internasional seperti SIDA, AUSAID atau DEFAT, WHO, Bank Dunia, European Union, dan USAID.
Magister Kebijakan Pembiayaan dan Manajemen Asuransi Kesehatan, Fakultas Kedokteran, Kesehatan Masyarakat dan Keperawatan Universitas Gadjah Mada. KPMAK FKKMK UGM didirikan pada tahun 2000 untuk menjawab tantangan terkait isu pembiayaan dan asuransi kesehatan di Indonesia. KPMAK UGM mempunyai 3 prinsip utama. Efisien dalam pembiayaan dan asuransi kesehatan. Equity, melindungi seluruh masyarakat melalui asuransi kesehatan. Inovasi, berbasis bukti untuk menentukan kebijakan pembiayaan dan asuransi kesehatan. Di era pengembangan CKN di Indonesia, KPMAK menjadi salah satu pilar penting demi terwujudnya universal health coverage yang berkeadilan. Program unggulan di minat KPMAK adalah up-to-date terhadap isu pembiayaan dan asuransi kesehatan dengan melibatkan para pembuat kebijakan dan praktisi dalam proses pembelajaran. Memiliki kesempatan menjadi tenaga profesional asuransi kesehatan melalui ujian sertifikasi bekerjasama dengan PAM-JAKI. Opsi pembelajaran daring yang memberi fleksibilitas lebih bagi yang tidak berkesempatan meninggalkan pekerjaan. Kuliah tamu yang melibatkan tenaga pengajar dari dalam dan luar negeri. Minat KPMAK mempunyai pusat kajian yang dapat menjadi wadah dan sarana belajar bagi mahasiswa untuk mengembangkan ilmu dan berjejaring dengan para dosen maupun praktisi lain, dan memperdalam ilmu dalam bidang manajemen asuransi kesehatan. Minat KPMAK FKKMK UGM didukung oleh dosen dan tenaga kependidikan yang profesional dan berkualifikasi.
Direksi Badan Penyelenggara Jaminan Sosial Kesehatan dengan susunan keanggotaan 1. Saudara Ali Kufron Mukti sebagai Direktur Utama.
Minat KPM.H FKK UGM melakukan kerjasama dengan berbagai institusi.
Saya bersyukur dan bangga pernah menempuh pendidikan di S2 KPM.H UGM karena selama kuliah kita diajarkan untuk menjadi seorang ahli pembiayaan dan jaminan asuransi kesehatan yang sangat dibutuhkan untuk membangun jaminan sosial Indonesia ke depan. Pengalaman-pengalaman selama kuliah tersebut memberikan kesempatan kepada saya untuk bagaimana membangun rencana ke depan untuk jaminan sosial di Indonesia. Terima kasih untuk para dosen, para supporting staff di KPM.H maupun di HPM yang telah membantu kami sehingga mendapatkan pengalaman terbaik selama kuliah di UGM.
Alasan saya memilih minat ini karena tidak semua universitas memiliki minat kebijakan pembiayaan dan manajemen asuransi kesehatan. Selain itu, dosen yang mengampu minat ini baik dosen internal maupun dosen eksternal merupakan dosen yang high quality dan kompeten dalam bidangnya. Di sini juga didukung oleh staf yang dia sangat mendukung kegiatan akademik. Di samping itu, mahasiswa juga diberikan kemudahan untuk mengakses data-data yang dapat menunjang kegiatan pembelajaran dan penelitian.
Setiap ada kegiatan di kampus, mahasiswa selalu dilibatkan untuk menambah pengalaman dan pengetahuan mahasiswa, baik dalam bidang akademis dan non-akademis. Selain itu, mahasiswa juga berkesempatan untuk terlibat dalam kajian-kajian yang dilakukan oleh pusat KPM.H. Selain itu, mahasiswa KPM.H juga dapat meraih gelar ahli asuransi kesehatan atau AAK.
Setelah selesai pendidikan di minat KPM.H, banyak ilmu yang bisa diterapkan di berbagai institusi, baik pemerintah maupun swasta, seperti rumah sakit, klinik, BPJS, maupun asuransi komersial. Karena yang dipelajari di sini bukan hanya terkait JKN, namun pembiayaan dan perhitungan premi.
Marilah bergabung menjadi keluarga mahasiswa kebijakan pembiayaan dan manajemen asuransi kesehatan. Learning from the past, innovating for the future. Program Studi Kebijakan dan Manajemen Kesehatan, Fakultas Kedokteran, Kesehatan Masyarakat dan Keperawatan Universitas Gadjah Mada. Universitas Gadjah Mada adalah salah satu universitas terbaik di Indonesia. Terletak di Yogyakarta, kota yang nyaman untuk belajar, berkarya, dan berkolaborasi. Menjadi tempat yang sempurna bagi mahasiswa untuk menimba ilmu dan membangun karir. Salah satu fakultas terbaik di Universitas Gadjah Mada adalah Fakultas Kedokteran, Kesehatan Masyarakat, dan Keperawatan. baik program sarjana maupun pasca sarjana. Kini, pasca sarjana Fakultas Kedokteran, Kesehatan Masyarakat, dan Keperawatan Universitas Gadjah Mada mengembangkan bidang kebijakan dan manajemen kesehatan menjadi sebuah program studi dan diberi nama Program Studi Kebijakan dan Manajemen Kesehatan.
Misi dari prodi ini adalah untuk mendidik calon pemimpin yang ahli dalam kebijakan dan manajemen kesehatan yang profesional dan bermartabat, dan mampu untuk meningkatkan status kesehatan serta memperkuat sistem kesehatan.
Program studi ini memiliki 4 minat, yaitu minat manajemen rumah sakit, kebijakan dan manajemen pelayanan kesehatan, sistem informasi manajemen kesehatan, kebijakan pembiayaan, dan manajemen asuransi kesehatan. Keempat minat ini dirancang untuk menjawab tantangan di lapangan. Lulusan dari program studi kebijakan dan manajemen kesehatan akan mendapatkan gelar Master of Health Policy and Management.
Alasan saya menjadi mahasiswa di sini karena saya ingin mendapatkan ilmu dari dosen-dosen yang berpengalaman dan berkompeten sehingga saya bisa dapat ikut berpartisipasi dalam meningkatkan mutu pelayanan kesehatan.
Kami banyak dilatih untuk belajar mengambil keputusan melalui forum diskusi, FGD, dan juga pelatihan pembuatan suatu kebijakan. Sehingga kami mampu membuat rumusan kebijakan kesehatan yang tepat dan berdaya guna.
Prodi ini memiliki banyak alumni yang bekerja di pemerintahan sebagai pembuat kebijakan. Saya merasa pembelajaran di era COVID-19 tetap berjalan dengan sangat baik meskipun melalui online.
Mari bergabung bersama kami menjadi keluarga besar Divisi Kebijakan dan Manajemen Kesehatan FKKMK UGM.
Hi, I'm Rosie. My friend Matt and I are friends with Assistant Professor Witwichadit, who asked us to make this presentation on his behalf, titled Epidemiologists, Essential Workers of the Future. Epidemiologists are health scientists who study the distribution of diseases in a population. Epidemiologists identify health problems, measure their magnitude, identify risk factors, and identify solutions to these problems. So, who should study epidemiology? This discipline is very useful for scientists who are interested in public health. Epidemiology is also useful for public health people who are interested in science. Now my friend Matt will talk to you about the different fields of study within epidemiology. Matt?
Thanks, Rosie. Hi everyone, I'm Matt. So the word epidemiology might make people think of epidemics or infectious diseases, and they would be right. However, epidemiologists also investigate problems in other fields, including maternal and child health, cancer, mental health, alcohol and substance abuse, and even casualties from violence and armed conflicts.
Graduate education in epidemiology emphasizes data analysis and interpretation, as well as field work and project management. These skills are highly transferable to career fields that are in high demand and deemed as essential for the future. In addition to working as epidemiologists for health departments, graduates of master's and Ph.D. programs in epidemiology are qualified to work and have found employment as data scientists, survey researchers, actuarial scientists, as well as technical consultants for international organizations such as the WHO and UNICEF, especially in the area of monitoring and evaluation.
The curriculum of our master's and Ph.D. programs in epidemiology include basic and applied epidemiology, statistics, qualitative research, and other related skills. During the first year, students take their coursework and gain initial research experience from the week-long field exercise in southern Thailand, before returning to their home country in the second year to conduct research for their own thesis. The research topic can be tailored to the students and the supervisor's interests. Master's students typically take 2 to 3 years to complete their study, while doctoral students typically take 3 to 5 years.
Thank you for watching our video. We hope that you can join us in Thailand and become a part of our community. Please visit our website for more information. See you soon.
Faculty of Medicine, Public Health and Nursing, Universitas Gadjah Mada has grown rapidly over the years and positioned itself to become a leading institution in Indonesia and in the region. It was established on March 5, 1946 as the oldest Faculty of Medicine in Indonesia. It aims to become an innovative and excellent Faculty of Medicine, Public Health and Nursing with international standards and to always serve the nation and humanity with national cultural values based on Pancasila. The mission of the faculty is to improve public health status through education, research, and excellent services based on local wisdom, ethics, professionalism, and evidence-based science integrated in the academic health system. Various study programs in Faculty of Medicine, Public Health and Nursing, Universitas Gadjah Mada has successfully achieved accreditation, such as TROP-Ed, Asian University Network Quality Assurance, and Philippine Accrediting Association of Schools, Colleges and Universities at the international level, and the Indonesian Board of National Accreditation for Higher Education and Indonesian Accreditation Agency for Higher Education and Health at the national level. Supported by lecturers, including professors, the supporting staff, departments, research centers or working groups, Universitas Gadjah Mada Academic Hospital, Central Public Hospital, Dr. Suraji Tirtonegoro, and Dr. Sarjito Teaching Hospital, which is currently accredited by Joint Commission International for Academic Medical Center. The faculty offers undergraduate programs, graduate programs, medical specialist programs, and combined degree programs. Every year, over 500 undergraduate students and 600 graduate students are enrolled. The faculty continually develops and improves a flagship program called Continuing Professional Development through guest lectures, seminars, symposia, and workshops. Moreover, the faculty is equipped with IT facilities and information systems that are integrated with the university system, video conference facilities and webinar, a computer-based test room in a convenient academic atmosphere, and a green campus. Supported with comfortable workspaces, museums, sports facilities, and disabled-friendly buildings. Active partnerships and strong collaborations have become inseparable parts of our faculty, without which progress in education, research, and community service would not have been achieved. Our international partnerships create ample opportunities for student and staff exchange, research collaborations, community services, as well as development of international, double degree, and sandwich programs at the undergraduate and graduate level.
As the one of the oldest medical school in Indonesia, we always encourage the quality of interprofessional education, strengthen research collaboration, community services based on local wisdom values, and modern technologies with international standard. Welcome to our Faculty of Medicine, Public Health and Nursing, Universitas Gadjah Mada.
Pusat Kebijakan dan Manajemen Kesehatan atau PKMK merupakan salah satu pusat kajian di bawah Fakultas Kedokteran Universitas Gadjah Mada. Kami berdiri pada tanggal 5 Februari 1998. Seiring berjalannya waktu, kegiatan PKMK yang berawal dari bidang manajemen pelayanan kesehatan beberapa tahun terakhir ini semakin banyak berkembang ke arah kebijakan kesehatan. Hal ini berdampak pada perubahan nama institusi yang semula adalah Pusat Manajemen Pelayanan Kesehatan atau PMPK berubah menjadi Pusat Kebijakan Manajemen Kesehatan atau PKMK. Perubahan ini sesuai dengan persetujuan Senat Fakultas Kedokteran Universitas Gadjah Mada tertanggal 15 Maret 2013. Struktur organisasi PKMK terdiri atas 3 bagian, manajemen, divisi, dan unit pendukung. Manajemen adalah sistem yang mendukung jalannya kegiatan dan secara operasional membantu secara administrasi. Saat ini PKMK mempunyai 5 divisi yang sesuai dengan bidang keilmuannya, yaitu Divisi Manajemen Mutu, Divisi Kebijakan dan Manajemen Kesehatan, Divisi Manajemen Rumah Sakit, Divisi Manajemen Bencana, Divisi Sistem Informasi Kesehatan. Untuk mendukung manajemen dan kelima divisi tersebut, PKMK mempunyai unit pendukung, yaitu unit seminar dan publikasi. Untuk mendukung publikasi, PKMK menggunakan teknologi informasi. Salah satunya adalah penyebaran ilmu berbasis website. PKMK menyebarkan perkembangan ilmu dan informasi melalui website sejak tahun 2010. Website induk yang dikembangkan ialah Kebijakan Kesehatan Indonesia. Setelah itu, dikembangkan beberapa website lain untuk memberi banyak kontribusi terhadap masyarakat luas. Harapannya, website-website ini dapat diakses dan dapat dimanfaatkan seluruh pihak yang membutuhkan. PKMK telah bermitra dengan lembaga-lembaga pemerintah dan swasta, serta lembaga-lembaga internasional seperti SIDA, USAID atau DEVAT, WHO, Bank Dunia, European Union, dan USAID.
Magister Kebijakan Pembiayaan dan Manajemen Asuransi Kesehatan, Fakultas Kedokteran, Kesehatan Masyarakat dan Keperawatan Universitas Gadjah Mada. KPMAK FKKMK UGM didirikan pada tahun 2000 untuk menjawab tantangan terkait isu pembiayaan dan asuransi kesehatan di Indonesia. KPMAK UGM mempunyai 3 prinsip utama. Efisien dalam pembiayaan dan asuransi kesehatan. Equity, melindungi seluruh masyarakat melalui asuransi kesehatan. Inovasi, berbasis bukti untuk menentukan kebijakan pembiayaan dan asuransi kesehatan. Di era pengembangan CKN di Indonesia, KPMAK menjadi salah satu pilar penting demi terwujudnya universal health coverage yang berkeadilan. Program unggulan di minat KPMAK adalah up-to-date terhadap isu pembiayaan dan asuransi kesehatan dengan melibatkan para pembuat kebijakan dan praktisi dalam proses pembelajaran. Memiliki kesempatan menjadi tenaga profesional asuransi kesehatan melalui ujian sertifikasi bekerjasama dengan PAM-Jaki. Opsi pembelajaran daring yang memberi fleksibilitas lebih bagi yang tidak berkesempatan meninggalkan pekerjaan. Kuliah tamu yang melibatkan tenaga pengajar dari dalam dan luar negeri. Minat KPMAK mempunyai pusat kajian yang dapat menjadi wadah dan sarana belajar bagi mahasiswa untuk mengembangkan ilmu dan berjejaring dengan para dosen maupun praktisi lain, dan memperdalam ilmu dalam bidang manajemen asuransi kesehatan. Minat KPMAK FKKMK UGM didukung oleh dosen dan tenaga kependidikan yang profesional dan berkualifikasi.
Direksi Badan Penyelenggara Jaminan Sosial Kesehatan dengan susunan keanggotaan 1. Saudara Ali Kufron Mukti sebagai Direktur Utama.
Minat KPMAK FKKMK UGM melakukan kerjasama dengan berbagai institusi.
Saya bersyukur dan bangga pernah menempuh pendidikan di S2 KPMAK UGM karena selama kuliah kita diajarkan untuk menjadi seorang ahli pembiayaan dan jaminan asuransi kesehatan yang sangat dibutuhkan untuk membangun jaminan sosial Indonesia ke depan. Pengalaman-pengalaman selama kuliah tersebut memberikan kesempatan kepada saya untuk bagaimana membangun rencana ke depan untuk jaminan sosial di Indonesia. Terima kasih untuk para dosen, para supporting staff di KPMAK maupun di HPM yang telah membantu kami sehingga mendapatkan pengalaman terbaik selama kuliah di UGM.
Alasan saya memilih minat ini karena tidak semua universitas memiliki minat kebijakan pembiayaan dan manajemen asuransi kesehatan. Selain itu, dosen yang mengampu minat ini baik dosen internal maupun dosen eksternal merupakan dosen yang high quality dan kompeten dalam bidangnya. Di sini juga didukung oleh staf yang dia sangat mendukung kegiatan akademik. Di samping itu, mahasiswa juga diberikan kemudahan untuk mengakses data-data yang dapat menunjang kegiatan pembelajaran dan penelitian.
Setiap ada kegiatan di kampus, mahasiswa selalu dilibatkan untuk menambah pengalaman dan pengetahuan mahasiswa, baik dalam bidang akademis dan non-akademis. Selain itu, mahasiswa juga berkesempatan untuk terlibat dalam kajian-kajian yang dilakukan oleh pusat KPMAK. Selain itu, mahasiswa KPMAK juga dapat meraih gelar ahli asuransi kesehatan atau AAK.
Setelah selesai pendidikan di minat KPMAK, banyak ilmu yang bisa diterapkan di berbagai institusi, baik pemerintah maupun swasta, seperti rumah sakit, klinik, BPJS, maupun asuransi komersial. Karena yang dipelajari di sini bukan hanya terkait JKN, namun pembiayaan dan perhitungan premi.
Marilah bergabung menjadi keluarga mahasiswa kebijakan pembiayaan dan manajemen asuransi kesehatan. Learning from the past, innovating for the future. Program Studi Kebijakan dan Manajemen Kesehatan, Fakultas Kedokteran, Kesehatan Masyarakat dan Keperawatan Universitas Gadjah Mada. Universitas Gadjah Mada adalah salah satu universitas terbaik di Indonesia. Terletak di Yogyakarta, kota yang nyaman untuk belajar, berkarya, dan berkolaborasi. Menjadi tempat yang sempurna bagi mahasiswa untuk menimba ilmu dan membangun karir. Salah satu fakultas terbaik di Universitas Gadjah Mada adalah Fakultas Kedokteran, Kesehatan Masyarakat dan Keperawatan, baik program sarjana maupun pasca sarjana. Kini, pasca sarjana Fakultas Kedokteran, Kesehatan Masyarakat dan Keperawatan Universitas Gadjah Mada mengembangkan bidang kebijakan dan manajemen kesehatan menjadi sebuah program studi dan diberi nama Program Studi Kebijakan dan Manajemen Kesehatan.
Misi dari prodi ini adalah untuk mendidik calon pemimpin yang ahli dalam kebijakan dan manajemen kesehatan yang profesional dan bermartabat dan mampu untuk meningkatkan status kesehatan serta memperkuat sistem kesehatan.
Program studi ini memiliki 4 minat, yaitu minat manajemen rumah sakit, kebijakan dan manajemen pelayanan kesehatan, sistem informasi manajemen kesehatan, kebijakan pembiayaan dan manajemen asuransi kesehatan. Keempat minat ini dirancang untuk menjawab tantangan di lapangan. Lulusan dari program studi kebijakan dan manajemen kesehatan akan mendapatkan gelar Master of Health Policy and Management.
Alasan saya menjadi mahasiswa di sini karena saya ingin mendapatkan ilmu dari dosen-dosen yang berpengalaman dan berkompeten sehingga saya bisa dapat ikut berpartisipasi dalam meningkatkan mutu pelayanan kesehatan.
Kami banyak dilatih untuk belajar mengambil keputusan melalui forum diskusi, FGD, dan juga pelatihan pembuatan suatu kebijakan. Sehingga kami mampu membuat rumusan kebijakan kesehatan yang tepat dan berdaya guna.
Prodi ini memiliki banyak alumni yang bekerja di pemerintahan sebagai pembuat kebijakan.
Saya merasa pembelajaran di era COVID-19 tetap berjalan dengan sangat baik meskipun melalui online.
Mari bergabung bersama kami menjadi keluarga besar Divisi Kebijakan dan Manajemen Kesehatan FKKMK UGM.
Hi, I'm Rosie. My friend Matt and I are friends with Assistant Professor Wit Wichadet, who asked us to make this presentation on his behalf, titled Epidemiologists, essential workers of the future. Epidemiologists are health scientists who study the distribution of diseases in a population. Epidemiologists identify health problems, measure their magnitude, identify risk factors, and identify solutions to these problems. So, who should study epidemiology? This discipline is very useful for scientists who are interested in public health. Epidemiology is also useful for public health people who are interested in science. Now my friend Matt will talk to you about the different fields of study within epidemiology. Matt?
Thanks, Rosie. Hi everyone, I'm Matt. So the word epidemiology might make people think of epidemics or infectious diseases, and they would be right. However, epidemiologists also investigate problems in other fields, including maternal and child health, cancer, mental health, alcohol and substance abuse, and even casualties from violence and armed conflicts.
Graduate education in epidemiology emphasizes data analysis and interpretation, as well as field work and project management. These skills are highly transferable to career fields that are in high demand and deemed as essential for the future. In addition to working as epidemiologists for health departments, graduates of master's and Ph.D. programs in epidemiology are qualified to work and have found employment as data scientists, survey researchers, actuarial scientists, as well as technical consultants for international organizations such as the WHO and UNICEF, especially in the area of monitoring and evaluation.
The curriculum of our master's and Ph.D. programs in epidemiology include basic and applied epidemiology, statistics, qualitative research, and other related skills. During the first year, students take their coursework and gain initial research experience from the week-long field exercise in southern Thailand, before returning to their home country in the second year to conduct research for their own thesis. The research topic can be tailored to the students' and the supervisor's interests. Master's students typically take 2 to 3 years to complete their study, while doctoral students typically take 3 to 5 years.
Thank you for watching our video. We hope that you can join us in Thailand and become a part of our community. Please visit our website for more information. See you soon.
Gentlemen, welcome back to the 16th Virtual Postgraduate Forum on Health System and Policy. Ladies and gentlemen, now we will join the student stage 4 session. There will be 3 breakout rooms. The room 1 is for topic health financing. The room 2 is for topic hospital management, and the room 3 is for health informatics and health behavior. To all the presenters, please rename your account Zoom name with the format of presenter _ your name. Once again, to all the presenters, please you may rename your account Zoom name with the format of presenter _ your name. And after this, you may choose the room that you want to join in this student stage 4.
Good afternoon, Pak Mu, Professor Virasak, and all of participants.
Yes, Pak Andre.
Yeah, thanks for joining us here, Pak Mu. And we're still waiting for another 6 minutes to start our panel discussion. The last panel discussion in this 16 postgraduate forum. Good afternoon, Professor Supasit. How is it going, Ajahn Supasit?
Excuse me. So we are from the room 3. Is still have one last presentation, and it was cut off. And
yes, room 3 still have last presentation.
Yeah, I greatly apologize for Mr. Yingwoo because it was in the middle of the presentation. Should we?
Yes, we have a few minutes more. I think we can actually go back to the room to finish the last presentation.
That's not possible. Thank you.
Can the committee please help for group 3? For room 3?
Yeah, excuse me, Bu Chitra, could you hear me? Yeah. Sorry for the inconvenience because the breakout room automatically closed. So, Bu Chitra, for the room 3, we can continue the discussion in the main room, please.
Okay, because it was still in the middle of the presentation, I greatly apologize for Mr. Yingwoo for the inconvenience, and your presentation were interrupted twice. So maybe for the operator, please help us to continue with the rest of the presentation. It's another 3 minutes.
That were once the December 2020 is the incoming city, China. So, based on our the analysis model, this sorted model is shown here. The 5 goodness of the fit indices was used. The chi-square divide degree of the freedom as the less than 3, and the comparatives the fit index CFI is the more than 0.9, and the Tech-Lewis indexed more than 0.9, and the standardized root mean squares the residual SRMR is the less than 0.08, and the root mean square error of the approximation M.Sc less than 0.0. This is a good fit model. Based on the good fit model, the actor partners the interdependence moderation model revealed that the both husbands and wives the HIV-related worries excreted a negative actor and partner effect on the fertility motivation moderated by living children, such as this left side, the indicators described the HIV-related worries. These parameters is the factor loading, the beta coefficient, and in the middle path, this from husband to husband and wife to wife is the active path. and from the husband to wife and wife to husband. The cross correlation is the partner path, and the moderator is the living children's path. The past. After that, we see from the wife the attributed worries high negatively associated is her fertility motivation. And from the right side, the fertility motivation are described for observed variables. This parameter is the beta coefficient. And this is the second order structure crush model. Fertility motivation describes the happiness, the well-being, and the identity and the community. And these four observed variables are described by the indicators, the parameters, the beta affection, coefficient. According to the results, our finding indicated there was a high correlation of fertility motivation between husband and wife living with HIV, and HIV-related worries have a negative effects on the fertility motivation in people living with HIV, but also in spouse. Having at least one child moderates this negative effects on this individual, but not on the spouse. Based on the finding, the childless, the couples living with HIV should be counseled about the HIV-related worries, since they have a highest impact on the reproductive motivation. However, there are some limitations. High cross the spouse, the correlation, and at least one living child may not apply to the couples living with HIV with less marital harmony. Okay, my presentation is over. Thank you so much.
Okay, thank you. I apologize once more for the presenter. Now I invite for the judges, maybe they have some comments or questions for the presenter. Is there any, or from the audience, about our last but not least presenter from the room 3? Please raise your hand. Okay, Pak Lukman.
Okay, yeah, I think it's really interesting finding that there was a high correlations of high fertility motivations between husband and wife living with HIV. Just curious whether, because you mentioned also that there should be counseling, especially for the childless. And are there any probably country-specific how to say characteristic if or would it be also could be the same in other area, or it will be very specific to the Kunming?
Yeah, Mr. Ingubo. I think he cannot unmute himself, maybe. You're still muted. Yeah.
Okay. Could you hear me?
Yes, I can hear you
Okay.
clearly.
Okay. As the sample size is covered the Yunnan province in China. In China, there is the largest population, and there's from the clinic. I collect this data in center of the Kunming city. Kunming city is the capital of the Yunnan province. So this sample size cover is large, and this clinic is there's nearly more than 10,000 patients. This one. And,
okay, thank you. Luthan, maybe any follow-up question? Oh, okay. Okay, thank you very much for the discussion. I apologize for the interruption. I also apologize to the committee because I take 4 times more than it was for the room 3. I also thank you for all the presenters from room 3 for the great discussion. I offer to the MC. Thank you.
Greetings, ladies and gentlemen. Welcome back to the 16th Virtual Postgraduate Forum on Health System and Policy. Now we are going to have another session. It is the panel discussion with the topic of health policy and management post-COVID-19 pandemics. And this session will be special because there will be 3 speakers and 2 moderators. And I'd like to introduce you, our moderator. The first is Dr. Andreasta Meliala, DPH M.Kes M.S. This is the profile of Dr. Andreasta. He is the Director of Hospital Management Public Health Graduate Program Universitas Gadjah Mada, and also the Director of Center for Health Service and Management, Faculty of Medicine, Public Health and Nursing, Universitas Gadjah Mada, and also the Technical Advisor of Regional Health Department of Special Region of Yogyakarta. He was graduated from the Master of Public Health Hospital Management Universitas Gadjah Mada, Master in Advanced Science Medicine Universitas Innsbruck, Austria, and he pursued his doctoral degree in the major of Public Health from Universitas Gadjah Mada. And the second one, our moderator is Dr. Mubashir Hasan Basri, MA. Here is the profile of Pak Mub. He was graduated from Flinders University of South Australia, Adelaide, in the major of development study, and the doctoral degree from Public Health Universitas Gadjah Mada, and also PhD candidate at Sociology Department, Brown University. He is the chair of the Master of Public Health Program Universitas Gadjah Mada, and also he was the chair of Department of Biostatistics, Epidemiology, and Population Health Universitas Gadjah Mada. So I'd like to proceed the panel discussion session to our moderators, please.
Yes, thank you. Mbak, siapa namanya? Maaf, sampai lupa.
Eta, Pak Andre.
Oh, Mbak Eta. Yeah, thank you, Mbak Eta, for bringing us to this last panel session in the 16th Postgraduate Forum 2022 in Universitas Gadjah Mada. And I would like also to invite Associate Professor Dr. Mubashir Hasan Basri. He's not going to be the moderator actually, but he's going to be kind of discussion who will give another perspective. It will complete all the presentation from our distinguished speaker. And we are now with the three founders of Postgraduate Forum, and I should mention their name. The first, we will have Professor Dato Dr. Syed Mohamed Al-Junid. And as you know, he was by that time in the UKM, and we start the PGF as an initiative of Prof. Al-Junid and his two colleagues. And the other name, the other big name is Professor Supasit Pannarunothai, M.Sc and Ph.D. He was by that time in Naresuan University, and now he's the chair of Center for Health Equity Monitoring Foundation and other positions. And last, we have Professor Dr. Laksono Trisnantoro, M.Sc, Ph.D. from Indonesia. And I should also describe about the background of this postgraduate forum, because these three professors, our seniors, they were all together in London, and 16 years back, they start to bring us all together in this postgraduate forum.
Excuse me, Pak Andre?
Yes.
Could you louder your voice, please?
Yeah, it's already, is it audible now?
Yeah, it's audible, but maybe, are you in the outdoor right now? Maybe you may open the mask, so
okay.
it will be clear.
Yes. Let me take off my, put off my mask. Yeah, is it now more audible?
Yes, it's better.
Okay, thank you, Prof. Al-Junid. So these three professors, the founders of this postgraduate forum, they will be our presenters that would like to describe about the health policy and management post-COVID-19 pandemics. And we also like to hear the comments and opinions of Associate Professor Dr. Mubasir Hasan Basri, who is also the senior lecturer in our school in Gadjah Mada. So first, we offer to the speakers whether you will going to present something, or we can start with kind of discussion. And Prof. Al-Junid, do you have something to present?
Yes, I think I've. Can I just show some slides, because
sure.
I prepared a brief presentation to guide our discussion.
Sure.
Probably I will not take more than 10 minutes to do that. Okay. Yes. Can I share my slides now?
Yeah, it's already seen on the screen.
Thank you.
Please, Professor Al-Junid.
I think when we talk about COVID-19 pandemic, the main challenges we are currently facing is actually to manage the tail end of the pandemic. Although some countries are still struggling with that, but we are already more than 2 years. This is going to be the third year that we are going to have this. And there are a few things that we need to learn from here, from the public health perspective, especially from the health system and also health policy segment of the overall health system. We know that these are the issues that we are facing when it comes to the pandemic, which started at the end of 2019. The first issue that are facing most countries is the lack of funding, lack of human resource. And then we cannot run away from the third point, which is very important. We don't have information and evidence to support most of the activities that we do. And then you can see that the health systems deliveries were badly affected. And at the same time, we have issues related to leadership and also governance. These are the 5 things that I think that affect all of us in public health system. And we know that we are facing with a group of people that are very high risk. The deaths are very high among those with chronic non-communicable diseases. But what I saw that the action taken by the government and also by international organizations, especially WHO, that was right is that to declare the pandemics in 2020, which is about 4 months after it has come, which is quite fast. We know that WHO was struggling to get more information to make the decision. And then everybody start to work on the guidelines of how to manage COVID-19, although there were quite a lot of discussion earlier on. People are still confused on how to manage COVID-19 properly. And then there were active surveillance monitoring, which was started. And I saw that one thing good is that we share quite a lot of information at the international level on the disease incidents. And then there were also encouragement to do research on COVID-19. But there are many things that went wrong, actually, from my observation. Number one, we know that the politicians capitalized on COVID-19 pandemic. They try to exert a lot of their influence, whether it is positive or negative, both can be seen. In some countries, government are still on the denial at the early stage. So the response was quite slow, especially in developing countries. And until today, we can see that situation in Africa is still not that settled. The guidelines that was introduced by WHO, maybe because they were actually rushing to produce this, was sometimes very confusing. It took nearly about 6 months before WHO decided that we should wear masks, you know. I think, and many countries are still concerned about that. And then we have issues of not adequate enough supply of masks at the earlier part, especially in the early 2020. We depend a lot. We know that COVID-19 depends a lot on multi-sectoral approach, and this is very badly done in most countries. And WHO, being the main custodian for healthcare, what they claim to be, try to actually show that they are very dominant in this aspect. But because COVID-19 goes across so many other sectors that are involved, we know that the dominant role of WHO is not that helpful in trying to manage the situation. In fact, in Malaysia, in many countries, they withhold a lot of information for other sectors to contribute effectively, and this is something which is not very good. And we know that there were very limited sharing of information at the ground level to help to manage the situation. And then we'll see that the big pharma is using this as one of the way to make money. And the big pharma came in, they produce vaccines, and also drugs now, but of course at a very high cost. And we see that we are still struggling with that. Within the health system, we know that the health human resource was not well managed. Already before this COVID-19 pandemic, we were talking about maldistribution of healthcare workers and other things that actually have a negative impact on the universal health coverage. When COVID-19 came into the picture, we have a lot more issues that we need to sort out. Staff suffers from burnout. I think especially in the middle of 2020, towards the end of 2020, we have a lot of these issues. While the country are having a lot of issues with other services, these have been adversely affected by COVID-19, and until today, this has not been settled. And again, I would like to focus on the lack of data sharing, which is one of the many issues that we are facing until today. Ministry of Health seems to collect the information in many countries, but they do not want to share with other countries for various reasons. One of them is they feel that they might lose their power in order to control the whole situation if we share the information. And they were also not clear about what is the guideline on how to share this information. And they were also a fear of exposing their weaknesses in sharing this information. Until today, we're still not settled about this. And in countries like my country, for example, Malaysia, we have certain parts of the country that are being dominated or being managed by the opposition parties. They were not well into the government program because information from this on COVID-19 was not actually shared with these states. which is a very important area, and we talk about sharing of information and decentralization, which does not happen that well. We're also concerned with the corruption in the health system during the pandemic, because why? The purchasing of drug, purchasing of vaccines were not very well organized, and government provide the mechanism to make the process more lenient, to approve the purchases, and this actually being exploited to a certain extent by interested parties to actually exploit the system, and leads to probably a corruption. I think although this is not a very good phenomena, but I think this is one of the issues, and you can see that one of the proof of this is that the price of vaccine varies quite a lot from one country into another country, and that is not good for the overall health system. We know currently people have been talking about long COVID, and as high as 50% of the population that suffer from COVID-19 will have a long-term impact, which is called long COVID, and we have to actually look into how to manage this as a part of the non-communicable disease control in the long run. I think these are the issues that we need to look at. So in the future, we need to look at the overall long-term impact in terms of the budget. What will be the mechanisms that we need to put in place to go back to our earlier objective of trying to provide universal health coverage? This has, to a certain extent, will be derailed, because we already see that the SDGs, the goals on the poverty has been derailed because of the COVID-19. The reduction in the poverty, which is one of the important objective in SDG, has not been able to be achieved in the timely manner, and it has been derailed because of the system. So I think, in conclusion, I would say that COVID-19 do have a lot of impact on public health system. We are concerned with the negative impact on the health system in short term and also in long term. We need to actually look at the initiative to further strengthen our health sector. And in Malaysia, for example, we are talking about health sector reform again in order to take this into consideration. I think for the next probably 4 or 5 years, it will be a very challenging time for us in dealing with health system, especially dealing with the health policy and management issues of the health system. I will stop here for time being, and I will discuss later on in more detail. Thank you so much.
Thank you, Prof. Al-Junid, for your very clear presentation, and you touch a very sensitive issue. We know what have gone wrong. You mentioned it very clear, and then you also detail it into a certain statement. We know about the HR capacity, the issue on health service delivery, and also data sharing, and this is very sensitive about corruption. And also you mentioned about the profit-taking action from the politician and the big pharma. We should tackle this after the pandemic. Thank you, Prof. Al-Junid. And now we move to our second professors, Ajahn Supasit. We give the screen for you. Please, Professor Supasit.
Yes, thank you, Andreas. I have some reflects the other angle in Thailand. It's related to primary care, especially in urban area or in Bangkok. So as we know that the COVID starts since the end of 2019. The first case found in Thailand is very soon. It's the tourists from China, and the first indigenous case occurred in Thailand by we found in a taxi driver in Bangkok, and within by the end of May, the first wave of COVID in Thailand had subsided. It is according to the publication here in World Health Bulletin of the WHO Organization. The paper says the benefit of village health volunteers in Thailand, which for this success of the first wave, if you see the whole COVID up until last week, we can see that the first wave is very minimum, but we soon almost all the countries in the world implemented the lockdown. But the first wave, even though it's not big in size, but it's create a lot of preparedness. But the preparedness means that we need a lot of investment. So the government passed the law on the deficit financing, and the deficit financing was about 6% of GDP that we need for fighting COVID. And the proportion that come to health is only 6% of the 6% of GDP. And the biggest portion is for the remedy in the economic sector, and the 20% is for the rehabilitation of economic sector. Up until last week, we have almost spent the budget allocated for health, and almost all of the remedial budget for the economy, but a few left for the rehabilitation. The situation in Thailand, it's the policy of taking care of people affected by COVID. We always say that every single case should be taken care of by hospital. So it very much rely on the hospital facilities. For the hospital have to expand capacity to the field hospital, and also the hospital that converting the hotel, because no tourists, into the isolation, quarantine, treatment of not severe cases, observation of symptoms. But at the early of the third wave, we see we face the first signs of hospital collapse because of the guideline that every case must be taken care by hospital, even though we have extended mode of care. We have to have a cohort ICU because the conventional ICU is not adequate. The problem keep increasing and increasing. By about the August, the situation in Bangkok is quite severe, and now we start to accept that contact cases have to be taken care by the community isolation, and soon after we expand. We have to accept that people infected with COVID should be taken care at home. So this is this situation that increase the importance of the primary care system, and a lot of volunteers of family doctors come into providing services for the people who cannot be treated in the hospital. So the situation is like that. And after the subside of the fourth wave, the fifth wave, because of all, in a way, it's the disease is not as severe, and in a way, because of the use up of the budget that I have to say that community isolation or home isolation, it used the budget, the deficit finance, because the package of home and community isolation, they have the package for the patients that they will be provided with all the necessities of the if the oxygen is needed, then the oxygen will be available at home or in the community. So this is the way of using the budget, and this budget is managed by the National Health Security Office, which manage the universal health coverage. For the fifth wave, the Omicron, which is not so severe, so a large proportion of cases are taken care of by the family medicine or the ambulatory care. So we turn the policies from the all cases should be treated in the hospital to be treated as ambulatory service, that outpatient service. If found to be infected, will be dispensed with the necessity drug, and then that means 14 days of observation will not be financed by the deficit finance. And also the drugstore, the test, ATK test or the medicines can be seek by the drugstore, and the registration of a quality drugstore to the National Health Security Office is the services for the people. But this map for the inner Bangkok inner city, we tend to criticize that the Bangkok, which is the capital of Thailand, it has the weakest primary care system because as we witnessed from the COVID fourth wave, and it almost collapsed. Then we have to mobilize the volunteers from the primary care facilities. So the private sectors like a drugstore come into services at the fourth and the fifth wave. But you can see that the number of pharmacies registered to the NHSO system, our universal health coverage system, it's half of the number of stations of the mass rapid transportation in Bangkok. So it's still few in my sense of this. So even though it create a lot of opportunity to develop or to reform a primary care system, so this is the observation that we should see in the future, that whether the PGF which survived the COVID, we still have the continuous exchange of our knowledge, and the see how future health system of the primary care system in Bangkok, or in Thailand would develop with a good hand of universal coverage. That's my point. Thank you.
Yes, thank you very much, Professor Supasit. This is also give us a new perspective about how the pandemic break out by that time. Started from the taxi driver, and it reveals that in Bangkok itself, in the inner city, that the primary care is the weakest link in the health system. This is very interesting because normally if we are in the big city or at the capital, then the primary care is always very strong. Yes, thank you, Professor Supasit. And now we move to Professor Laksono. Good afternoon, Prof. Laksono. We
Hello?
still get
Yeah.
Yes,
Okay.
it's audible now, Prof. Laksono. And please, we have 15 minutes to 20 minutes for you, Prof. Laksono. Please.
Yeah, maybe I have shorter time. Okay, thank you very much, Pak Andre. Good afternoon, everybody, and nice to meet Pak Supasit and Pak Al-Junid. So this is our annual reunion. Okay, so I'm trying to have a short presentation for how we use the painful lesson from COVID-19 pandemic, and this is the case of Indonesia. And as we can see in the PowerPoint, that yes, COVID-19 pandemic looks like a hurricane or maybe earthquake, and then we are trying to stand for our position, and it's not so easy, and it was a very, very difficult time when we get the peak of the pandemic. Okay. So I have 3 parts of the presentations, and I try to look at the context of what's happening before the pandemic. Then that means we have to look at the pre-pandemic health system situations, and we have some systemic weaknesses. And then we go to the COVID-19 pandemic experience, that is the painful lessons. And for the last chapter, I try to have what is the future of our response, and whether we can learn from the very, very difficult time, very painful lessons to brighter future of health system. Okay. So let's go to the situation before the pandemic. And if you look at Indonesian health system before pandemic, the function did not work very well. And there are so many components that not working well. And you can see in this graph there are some indicators that we can see is still far away from the target. Okay, so this is the situation before the pandemic. And then also we can see in this graph, although we have a very strong economic increase, the GDP is increasing very steep, but we cannot collect the tax. The tax is very weak, and we are underspent in terms of GDP spent on health. So it was only 3%. It's very clear that our basic for health system financing is weak. Okay. And then we have our problems of inequity. You can see the geographical inequity in this kind of map. Is very clear that in the outer islands of Java, we have problems of supply side. And that's why we get the deficit and surpluses in its component. And one of the important issue that the deficit happened mostly for the informal workers segment of the BPJS, the UHE segments. And actually, they are relatively more affluent, but has huge deficit from the beginning of the system. Okay, and it is very interesting that just before the pandemic COVID-19 struck, actually, Bappenas, the Central Bureau of Planning, plan for having like a reforming policy of health system. And this is again back to the theory that the health system reform tries to have a sustained purposeful change to improve the efficiency, equity, and effectiveness of the health sector. So this was the intention before the pandemic. But we can see that the pandemic struck in 2020, and actually it is very bad situations. Yes. You can see, sorry. Oh, what's going on? What's going on? Sorry. Yeah. So this is the direct impact. We have the number of cases. We have 3 peaks. I think compared to Thailand, you have 5 peaks, Puspandari. But here in Indonesia, we have before April 2022, we had 3 peaks. Yeah. And then the direct impact mortality, actually, the worst is under the Delta variants. It was in July to October last year. Okay, and also we have indirect impact. There are many problems. The primary health service was significantly disrupted. And also many families suffer from worries and uncertainty about COVID-19 testing, quarantine, vaccination, and the stigma of testing positive. And also the misinformation on social media. And so many things are happening for the indirect impact. And we can see that the social distance policy also making it is not easy for transporting people and moving from one to another place. Example of this is the children health with data indicator from weighing in posyandu, breastfeeding, and all of these indicators are influenced by the COVID-19 pandemic. And the map, we had the research, the map is also look very not good, that so many districts are affected by COVID-19 pandemic. And then one of the important issue is the impact on economy, that because the economy is so peculiar that when we look at the data in 2020, yes, we have problems of increasing government expenses, while the income, because the tax collection is decreased. So that means we have to ask for a loan. Okay, so this graph is rather complex, but we can see that if you look at the red color of this graph, this is the graph of debt increase. Yeah. So in 2019-20, actually, we started to borrow, and then this is the trajectory of the COVID-19's impact. We can see that after 2021, 2022, actually the lending, the interest debt is very frightening. So it increases very steep. And if you look at the light blue at the top, that is the fiscal space for public services. It is narrowing. Okay, so this is actually the trajectory of COVID-19's impact in terms of financial situation to our government. So we have to be very careful, and at the moment it is becoming more problematic, because we understand that at the moment we had problem of the Ukrainian and Russian war, and we can see that all of the big countries now suffer from the problems of economic, and we can see also some developing countries also becoming we can say near bankrupt, but it is happening. So the economic trajectory should be very put in the notice very well. Okay, but I have also some positive remarks of the bitter lesson from COVID-19. So we can see that during the pandemic, actually, we have many positive experiences, that this is the brighter side of the COVID-19 pandemic. And especially when we look at the health system, it was very important things at that time when we use a lot of digital technology and then health system development, including how to manage the vaccine using the latest IT technology, and then also better link between hospital and primary care, and then also many public and private partnerships when we deal with the COVID-19 pandemics, and then also improving the medical device and pharmaceutical industry based on the local product, and also more financing for health and pandemic. So there are many like a bright experiences or good experiences, positive experiences during the COVID-19 pandemic. I'm very not pessimistic, but well, although we have some problems in terms of economic trajectory and some of the health system persistent or chronic problems, now we have this kind of good experiences. Okay, so from this point, then how the future? And this is the things that maybe we can have like a caterpillar. So how to transform into a beautiful butterfly. That's the point. Okay, so actually MOH in 2021 and 22 strategy, it has 3 mission or task from the president. 1, to accelerate vaccinations, and then number 2 is to end the pandemic as soon as possible, and 3, to reform health system. These are the tasks from the president. And actually, when we look at the points of context, we have to improve the things, the health systems system. Well, we have to beat the pandemic. So at least 2 parallel goals should be achieved, and it's not easy. But actually, the result after 2 years of the pandemic programs terminations or maybe vaccination, the first one is good one. So the achievement of vaccination is relatively good in terms of the vaccine delivery across the country. And at the moment, we hope that this is the end of pandemic, although we have still many Omicron cases, but we have, hope that this is the end of the pandemic. Now, the point is how to transform the health system. Again, back to the issue that before the pandemic, we had not good health system. And how to accelerate, that is the point. So the expectation is how to make the process of change is becoming faster. So from the pre-pandemic system, and then we use the positive learning experiences from the pandemic. Then we use this learning for a better post-pandemic health system. And this is the point that every crisis teaches us about system improvement. And this is, again, back to the issue of the optimistic view of how we learn from painful lessons. And this is the what we call is like the transformations scheme of the Ministry of Health, that we have this kind of transformation in primary care, in referral care, in health system resilience, and then also in the foundations of the system, also transformations in financing, transformation in human resources, and also the lastly transformations in health technology, including digital technology and also biotechnology. So all reformation is trying to achieve the vision of the president. Okay, as the closing statement, I think the pandemic has been a painful lesson due to the unpreparedness of health institutions, and this revealed the key weaknesses in the system. But at the same time, the experience has led from the very beginning to ideas for more effective responses to such outbreak and such to transformations. And this is very important, that the experience can be, or hopefully, becoming a factor for a better system for the future. Okay, let's discuss. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Prof. Laksono, for your very clear description about the pandemic in Indonesia and its impact on Essentials public health program. You have the case of the child health issues. And then it's very clear to know that economic impact of the pandemic and is now becoming a hot issue in a global level, because some of the countries are afraid of bankruptcy. And afterwards, Prof. Laksono also mentioned about the positive things of this pandemic. We can see the empowerment of primary healthcare. We strengthen our referral system, and then the application of digital health and biotechnology, the increase of community participation and data utilization. And it leads to the whole transformation of Indonesian health system. Yeah. And now I need to talk to Pak Mubazir. Yes, Pak Mub, you have seen all the presentation from Prof. Al-Junid, the case of Malaysia, and Prof. Supasit in Thailand, and also Prof. Laksono from Indonesia. Do you have any comments regarding the how we can strengthen the health system within these three countries? Please, Pak Mub. Your mic can be unmuted first.
Thank you, Pak Andre, for asking me for comments for the three speakers and big speakers. And I think those who are from economic perspective, the system is portrayed a very strong way in looking at how economic resource, financial resource should improve the health systems. But I don't know if these speakers are not open enough to discuss about the whole system, which I think is very important. Not only the resources need to be put in the system, but also the local stakeholders, national stakeholders, national actors should be paid more attention, because the 6-block health system is governed by the political leaders at the national level and the local level actors. So I think what miss in our discussion, we will miss our discussion if we don't discuss much about the many actors should be involved in the national level and also in the local level, that are very important to better to provide better resilience because of the COVID-19 in the past. So, for example, I think I'm representing Indonesia because Indonesia is the biggest country among our ASEAN countries, and the area covers many district government, many provincial government, which are very different from one part to the other part. So, when the COVID come, only national actors, national government, national policy made more effect to the local one. And the reality, the local government, the local actors are very important to play in that pandemic time. So I think our exploration of policy issues at local government should be more, need to become the focus of our analysis in the futures. If they are not well involved in local health policy, and the national government's probably not dealing every people in their districts, because national level, something like provide support for the local government to provide better service for the people at the local level.
Yes.
That would be my comment. Thank you.
Okay, thank you very much, Pak Mubazir, because you raised the issue of empowering the local stakeholders. As we have discussed since yesterday, the multi-stakeholders is very important. But I saw Professor Supasit, you would like to respond, please?
Yes, the point that I use the Bangkok inner city. It's the most advanced local government. We just have election, and the election is quite a landslide. And some commentator compare our new the winner the same as Joko Widodo in Indonesia from Jakarta, and then to be the president. That bring hope to our weakness of primary care system. I mentioned that in Bangkok and in inner city. The first paper that I cite, it's village volunteer, village health volunteer, which it had a good system with a community hospital. But in Bangkok, it's right now, yesterday or this morning, I saw the television broadcast the news that the people still die at home in Bangkok. And this asks the reform of the primary care system with the very fragmented tertiary quaternary care in Bangkok. And let's see whether the involvement of stakeholders will shape the better Bangkok situation, especially investing in primary care system, which is, as we know, the most equitable, most efficient, if we make it a good quality. Over.
Yes. Thank you, Professor Supasit. And I believe Prof. Al-Junid also has some comments on this issue. Please, Prof. Al-Junid.
Thank you, Dr. Mubashir, for very important issues that you raised. In our plenary 2, we talked about multi-stakeholders approach yesterday. I think it's relevant to this, but let's go back to the situation that we face, at least in Malaysia, how we actually engage with the stakeholders, with the community, for example. I think since 1977, when the WHO introduced primary healthcare concept, the word community participation is there, but that becomes one of the major challenges in any health initiative, to mobilize the community. And I think when COVID-19 hit us in late 2019, we know that M.O.H, as I mentioned earlier on, dominance of M.O.H will not solve the problem. We need to get involved people outside ministry, the other stakeholders to get involved. But there are two issues. Number one, if we are looking at the public health professionals, we are not well trained to manage the multiple stakeholders. I mean, we don't have that capacity on how to actually do the engagement properly in terms of our skills in managing with them. That's why when we were listening to what has been mentioned earlier on by Prof. Supasit, that hospitals will mobilize more actually to manage the services. And then that was the wrong thing that we have done, and we see that the hospital are flooded with so many cases and deaths, and we are not be able to solve this. Then in late 2021, we start having the vaccine. In Malaysia, our problem with the vaccine is we know that public health professionals, public health specialists love this primary prevention, and we know that it is effective. But we have problem with the community, which are heavily being influenced by religious leaders and also people who have make themselves wants to believe that the vaccine is not effective, the anti-vax group. In Malaysia, I think we face this problem, and you can see that the uptake of vaccine at the earlier stage was very slow. This is because people believe that the vaccine is not halal. The vaccine is the agenda of certain groups in the world that want to capitalize and even spread the false message that if you take the mRNA vaccine, you might be turned into monkeys and also gorillas, you know. And this is done by some top religious people who actually receive information and influence the community. I think in Malaysia, we try to engage with them, try to work with them, and that's how we try to actually reduce the sensitivity of trying to propagate one of the best approach in trying to solve the problem of COVID-19, which is having the vaccine. But as I said earlier, it is not that most. It's not very easy to actually influence this because the religious leaders who believe that from the information that was fed by the anti-vax group pose a very major problem to us. This is something that we need to learn, and we need to manage it properly. It's important to actually engage with the community, with other stakeholders, but we need to prepare ourselves with adequate training, adequate capacity, and also adequate human resource to actually handle this. It is not easy. It's always an ongoing issues. Now we are talking about the second booster. Again, when we talk about the requirement for the second booster, the same issues came up again. People start to believe the anti-vaccines group, and they actually pollute the mind of the community. And it is a public health professionals that need to actually handle this in more efficient way if we are serious enough want to prevent the impact of this COVID-19 in long term. I think that's my view.
Yeah. Thank you, Prof. Al-Junid. So it's a very heavy tasks for the public health professionals to tackle these anti-vax issues. And it happens in many countries, I think. And we go to Prof. Laksono, whether the transformation of Indonesian health system can be also involving the community. Please, Prof. Laksono.
Yeah. Yes, I think this is the things that we have learned from the pandemic, that community participation and also public and private partnership, it is very essential to the future development of our health system. And when we look at the lesson from the pandemic, yes, we understand that the government pays for every medical expenditure, yes, and also the vaccine, because by law, this is a public goods that should be paid by the government. But the point is it is not only the vaccine price or cost, but also how to deliver the vaccination program. And this is the things that the experience showed. that community participation is very, very good, and especially in Yogyakarta here, we have a very strong community participation in terms of working together at the grassroots level. This is very important, and the transformation actually start from the primary care and is trying to keep the momentum of being healthy is very important, because we do understand that who are the victims or the people who die from COVID-19, and it is one of the study by Henry Surendra. He is from Oxford University Clinical Research Unit in Indonesia, and he found that the classic factors like poor economic situations, not educated, and in the dense area is becoming factors, and also the comorbidity. Okay, so the risk for having more people die from the COVID is very classical. Yeah. Okay, now back to the issue of transformations. Now, how to use, Pak Andre, the power of the community participations and try to keep that health is a very, very important things for us and for the economy. You know my point that if we cannot exploit this kind of perceivedness that health is important, then we will return back to the pre-pandemic situation that health is not important. So this is the point. Thank you.
Yes, thank you, Prof. Laksono. And we go back to Pak Mubasir. So Prof. Supasit and Prof. Al-Junid and also Prof. Laksono has already mentioned that community participation is very important because they are another power to drive the health system strengthening. Do you have any other comments, Pak Mubasir, please? The microphone, please.
My comment is about the system strengthening part. If we are working on making the health system strength in the national level, that must be very high and very difficult too. But if we are focusing on the lower level of the governments, we can have a easier way of making the health system improve, because as long as we maintain the task force that the political leaders, the district health officer, public health are there to work together all after the COVID-19 finish. So the thing that my concern is how, if we have something good as a reaction to the COVID-19 during the pandemic, then we have to maintain that structure to allow them to really strengthen the local system, of course, with the help of the other stakeholders at the local level.
Yes, thank you very much, Pak Mubasir. So we have 120 participants in this forum, and we would like to invite all of you to give comments, or if you have a burning question, please raise it here. This is very rare opportunity for all of us to discuss with these three professors and also the associate professor, Dr. Mubasir. Please. Before I
mention.
Yes, please, Prof. Supasit.
The deficit financing, the loan that the government prepared to fight with the pandemic. So it's the source of public finance that's used for purchase of vaccine and for treatment and so and so. So it we saw the phenomena that hospital, especially public hospital, that is in the red account because of USC policy has now relieved because of they got the money from the deficit financing and make the situation, the financial situation of the hospital become better. But we have very minor research questions on whether they can keep the green account not turning to be the red account again. Over.
Yes, thank you, Professor Supasit. I think this is also the phenomena in Indonesia. Some of the hospital they get an advantage from this pandemic financing. Yes, is there any comments from the participants? Please feel free to raise your hand or write it down in the chat box. And maybe the committee can assist us whenever the participants raise their hand. Yeah, we go back to Prof. Laksono first, because you mentioned the impact in the economic aspect, Prof. Laksono, but then we need to transform the health system. I think we need also a new investment on this. Is it not in contrary? We do the transformation while we are in the light of economic crisis, Prof. Laksono?
Yeah, that is the biggest challenge at the moment, how to finance the transformations while we have macroeconomics maybe yes, problems. Yes, we have a good import at the moment, but actually the spending or the subsidy for gas is becoming very, very huge. I don't know in Malaysian's economy side, yes, whether your economy is now worsening, but at the time, although Indonesia has a strong economy at the moment, but the uncertainty is still very, very high. And we can see that at the moment, the government also facing the challenge of financing the infrastructure. Yeah. Infrastructure is very important, and also human resource development. Okay, so the point is whether I mean the health transformation or health system financing will rely on government funding, or we also tapping more from private resources. And this is very important. If we rely to government funding, then I think we will be end up with trap or problematic situations. So we have to expand more private financing. And actually, we still have the potential of financial from private. We still spend 3% of our GDP for health. I don't know in Thailand how many percent? Supasit, 4.7%. In
it's almost 5%.
Yes, so almost 5%, but Indonesia only 3%. So actually, we have to spend more for health. But from where? From the government or from the private or both? Yeah. But I think the most potential from the private. That is the things, Andre.
Thank you, Prof. Laksono. And Prof. Syed, can you respond to the statement of Prof. Laksono, please?
Yeah, I think when COVID-19 hit us in Malaysia, for example, we have to cough out a lot of more money to pay for at least the vaccines and also to improve the healthcare facilities, especially to buy more ventilators and also drugs and all that. I think we mobilized as high as 50% more than the M.O.H. budget for all this within that 1 year period. And I think before this, we were spending about 4.5% of GDP. It will be close to about 5% of GDP when you combine all that during that COVID-19 pandemic. So I think we need to actually look at this closely because currently with the Ukraine war and also with the volatility in terms of the price of oil, I'm talking about both oil, the palm oil and also the mineral oil that we are talking about, and the fuel. The price of going up, and the price of palm oil, which is one of the source of income for Malaysia, is still coming down quite fast, although it goes up a little bit. We have a lot of issues also with the food security. We have run out of chicken. We run out of eggs recently. I think all these are major issues, which actually these two issues, the post-COVID pandemic issues and also the overall global economy, which is quite uncertain at the moment. I think in Malaysia, we are now start to talk again about trying to introduce the health sector reform. And within the health sector reform, people start talking about looking at Indonesia, looking at Thailand, to develop the health financing system based on social health insurance program, where the private sector, I mean, when we say private spending, where people who can afford will have to buy the premium and to contribute towards that. Without this, it's very difficult for us to move forward. We will not be able to manage the situation well. And if we depend on private sector alone without organizing it in the health financing system, it will lead to very high level of out-of-pocket payment. We are actually between 30 to 40% of our expenses now is actually coming from out-of-pocket without being organized properly by the system. So I think there is a blessing in disguise. In Malaysia, we were very proud to have a tax-based financing before. Now, after COVID-19, people start to talk about they want to go into a proper health financing system. If I can count, this is probably the 8 times that we try to introduce health financing system in Malaysia beyond taxation, tax-based. And I think I'm hoping that this will come in as a good positive effect that people see. And I really hope that the amount of money that we allocate for public health within the overall health system will increase from now, which is below than 25%, to much higher level, so that we can do a lot more preventive activity. This is what we have been fighting for before the pandemic, to manage the non-communicable diseases, which does not come into reality. And I hope that this is real. The lack of financing is very important, and we need to actually go beyond taxation as the source of health financing, at least for Malaysia at the moment. I think looking at the overall situation in the health system, in the economic system, we need to move forward and do a real transformation in the near future. That's what I feel, Andre. Yeah.
Okay, thank you, Prof. Al-Junid. So this is an issue of how to mobilize all the resources within the countries that we know we have a huge opportunity and also huge power trade to finance the health system, but then how to endorse them and let them deeply involved in this kind of activities. We need to discuss furthermore. And maybe Diah, you have something to raise, please, Ibu Diah. The microphone, please, Diah.
Okay, thank you, Pak Andre. Since all of you are academicians, so from the academic point of view, there are more and more core competencies that are needed for adequate health policy analysis or public health specialized. So how could we convey this into our curriculum, especially in postgraduate? Thank you. And Andre, there are more questions, I think, in chat box. Thank you.
Oh, okay. So this is one question from Ibu Diah, how we involve all the students and academicians into this proposal to broaden the participation of the community in this case, private sector is inclusive. Yeah, maybe Prof.
Andre,
Pak Mubasir, yes, please.
I want to join the issues of the money versus social capital. I think the social capital that had been developed through the COVID is there, and the people don't think about money that much. But money is very important to to support our program. But the situation of COVID have helped develop the social capital among the public figure, among the local government officers. And that is, I think, we need to put into account how their leadership skill or their public health leadership should be taught in our professional. If we can have professional leadership, public health leadership competencies among them, it will get to be a good teamwork at the local, and they can raise the money with their own. Even I said that even in the Puskesmas in Indonesia, the primary health centers have not get a lot of money from the national account. But again, if we can bring the health system into the Puskesmas level with the public health leadership, with the social capital that have been grown with the COVID, I think there's a lot thing to be expected from them.
Yes, Pak. Okay. And now we have questions. I hope all of the professors can respond to Ibu Diah's question, and also one question from Fauzi, and also from our colleague here, Mo Shamsir from UKM. Mo Shamsir asked Prof. Al-Junid, with the current Malaysia policy that is now being implemented, do you think that we are on the right path, or still too much bureaucracy to implement the public-private partnership on national health insurance? And also we have questions from Pak Fauzi of UGM, how to solve the health problem in the local government, particularly if the policies come from or decided from the central level or national level. And on the other hand, the local government has not sufficient budget to overcome this health problem. Yeah, this is an issue of decision space. Yeah, so the first question from Ibu Diah is about how we can bring this into the curriculum so that all the students, they can be aware of this issue since the very early stage of their career, even still in the education level. And then this is very specific from Malaysia to Prof. Al-Junid, and also decision space questions from Fauzi. Please, Prof. Laksono, you may respond this.
Yeah, for the student, I think the pandemic also teaches us that we have a technology that it is open system for learning and distributing or disseminating informations and knowledge. So I think students should be very careful, or maybe prepared for this new technology. So knowledge is everywhere and easy to be accessed. And then for the capacity for the fiscal space for public services, that is the biggest challenge at the moment. And we can see that the needs is so huge. Yeah. If you look at Indonesia as a big country from Aceh to Papua, this is not easy to be solved. Yeah. So that's why I'm a very proponent of having more private financing. So for health matters, the rich, they have to pay more not relying to the government budget. This is my point. So commercial health insurance should be there, yeah, should be developed, and there should be more like policy to, like in Thailand situation. I think UHC is for the middle and lower class of the society. Yes, this is very important issue. We have to back to the basic. The BPJS should back to the basic, provide a basic medical service, not a comfort pillow for everybody. Thank you.
Yes, thank you, Prof. Laksono. Prof. Syed, please.
Yes. I'd like to address the first the questions raised by Ibu Diah regarding the curriculum and also what we should do. I think to me, when I look at the situation in Malaysia where we are struggling with information to decide on what to do with when the COVID comes to us, the first important thing that I was thinking about, we need to strengthen research capacity among our graduates. I think that's very important. At the moment, I think you look at the training that we give to them for research is still need to be improved. And then overall funding for research is also very limited. We spend for Malaysia around 0.3% our GDP on research. And we need to actually strengthen this in our curriculum so that people would do a real research, especially at the MPH level, so that when they go out and work with Ministry of Health, they can actually create good research to answer some of the questions that we are facing. Again, now in terms of drugs, in terms of the intervention for COVID-19, we are still struggling with information that come from outside our own country. I think we have to find good ways to support, for example, HTA, evaluation, which is getting more and more sophisticated nowadays. So if you ask me to actually improve component of the training that for the undergraduate and postgraduate, I think we should focus on research. And I think for the Bachelor of Public Health people, student, at least in the final year, we should actually strengthen them with the knowledge and skills on doing a proper public health research. Two issues that I want to touch upon. The question regarding Malaysian situation on health financing and health reform. I believe that the most important reform that Malaysia needs is on health financing, and this will solve a lot of problems that we are facing at the moment. But as you know, situation in our country at the moment is not that good. The government is not stable. So I think we are not sure whether what is being planned today would be carried forward properly if the government change in the future with the different parties being in charge. And Dr. Laksono, I'm a bit concerned about your suggestions on the development of the commercial health insurance. I still believe that the commercial health insurance should be kept as minimum as possible. We suffer quite a lot in Malaysia because of the lack of the social health insurance. Private health insurance has increased from 0.5% of the population now to as high as 16% of the population. They break up the pool of the risk of people. And finally, you have this together in the health financing system. The low-risk people will actually join the private insurance, and you leave all those bad risks in the health financing system. I don't think we should actually even talk about it at the moment, especially when we are facing huge issues on non-communicable diseases and all that, which will be excluded if we have commercial insurance and they all go to the government. So the social insurance that we want to plan will not actually take off easily if we promote commercial private insurance, which are risk-rated and they are only interested in the low-risk population. I think we have to be careful when we propose this. I think that's the thing that I would like to go. Oh, one more thing. I think somebody mentioned about Mr. Kurniawan. I think Pak Mubashir also mentioned about how can we strengthen the local government. The problem is not actually there's no initiative to do that, but there's no channel to actually strengthen them. And I like this comment by Mr. Kurniawan that, for example, if we want to actually enhance the role of the local government, we must we must empower them to make decision. If we only tell them what to do from the central level, that is not good enough. And we have to empower them and also provide them with adequate support, not only instruction coming from the central level. So the mechanism for us to actually strengthen the local government in order to make full contributions to what managing and finding solution that are facing the world today may not be that easy. I think that's my 3 points that I would like to raise here. Thank you.
Yes, thank you, Prof. Al-Junid. So I will ask the permission from the committee to add 5 minutes more time, because this is a very important issue. We need a comment from Prof. Supasit and also Prof. Laksono with regard to the statement of Prof. Syed Al-Junid, because Prof. Al-Junid has an evidence from Malaysia. Prof. Supasit, what is your comment with regard to this private sector's participation, particularly in the financing?
Yes, private participation, if it is kept at the private purse, not collectively, so it's tend to be like Prof. Syed said. So it's not we cannot set the rule as the collective rule. So the private participation is welcome, and it's maybe cost effective in some way, like we increase participation and then keep the level of learning to be higher and higher. So it's a cost effectiveness in that way. In terms of local government to have more power, in Thailand we have a law set 20 years ago, saying that the expenditure at the local government should be 35% of the total expenditure, government expenditure. But right now it's just 20 something, and the opposition party try to ask for this, especially can be for the newly elected mayor. So it's have to give them power. It's a structure of financing, a structure of power and financing. And so in terms of Malaysia, the social insurance, social health insurance, so it is still compulsory. So it's considered a public source of finance, as I think the Malaysia has proposed this for many years, but it's considered a public source of finance. That's my idea.
Thank you, Professor Supasit. Please, Prof. Laksono.
Yes, it is very interesting that post-COVID, the future of Indonesian health system, this is post-COVID. So our government very seriously try to make the access for high technological medical care is increasing. It's not only clustering in the big cities or in Java Island. So that means we have to have more investment funding for this kind of expansion of medical technology across the country, and also human resources, education, and so many activities for improving the access. This is a very important issue for the equity principles. Okay, so then the question is, what kind of financing structure should be in the future? And then if you look at back to the issue of the economic growth, we have a very, very steep increase of GDP. Okay, but the tax collection is so weak. Yeah, I don't know in Malaysian situation at the moment, because you have the legacy of the British tax system. I think you have a big tax. I don't know, but in Indonesia we have only 9.5% tax ratio. compared to the GDP is only 9.5%, and it is hovering, it is stationary for the last 10 years. Is so bad actually. So not to finance this, and also we have to look at how the impact of the expansions of high-tech medical service across the country to BPJS. So we have to think about concentrate the BPJS fund for the middle and lower income groups. Yeah. Okay, and then is trying to tap financing resources from the middle and the upper class of the society more. And this is, I think we have to have a special discussion, this Prof said, yeah, for having this kind of things, because actually it is very, very complicated. And it is related to the geographical condition of Indonesia and also the tax collection system that is very, very tricky. Okay. Okay, so are you following my points, Prof. Al-Junid? Yeah.
Yeah. I think we graduate from the same school, but three of us have a different opinion. That is always the case, you know. It's okay. Interesting.
Yes, we are.
Here, you should initiate another forum that we discuss about this, you know.
Yes. Maybe after this. We need maybe not only 5 minutes.
Yeah, we are very happy the diversity of the opinions and comments of the three professors, although they are graduated from the same schools, but then experience and the context and other things can affected the comments, especially the context, of course. And unfortunately, we need to close our session. This is a very fruitful session. It's very warm discussions among all of us. And we have, I think, the next subject to be discussed in Malaysia about the private partnership in the health financing. This is a new topic that we need to discuss for 2 days at least. Yes. Yeah. Thank you very much, Prof. Syed Al-Junid, Prof. Supasit, and Prof. Laksono, and also our associate professor, Dr. Mubasir, and all of us who has contributed in this discussion. Of course, we need to strengthen our health system, not only in our own country, but also in the region, in ASEAN at least. And we need to mobilize all the resources that we have. We need to empower all the local government, but we need also to start, and we need to start from ourselves, from our schools, from our activities. How can we contribute to this health system strengthening program or health system transformation in each of our country? So again, thank you very much for all of us, and we hope we can see you again in KL, in Songkla next year. Yes. So I give all the screen to Eta, our smart master of ceremony. Please, Eta.
Thank you, Pak Andre, and also Pak Mub as our moderator for the session of this panel discussion. What an exciting discussion, and thank you to all the speakers today. Okay, ladies and gentlemen, now we are coming to the most awaited session of this conference. It is the announcement of the winner, Best Oral and Poster Presentation. So I'd like to invite Dr. Lutfan and Dr. Like Prawidya to lead the announcement.
Thank you, Dr. Eta, for the pengantar, for taking us here. So this is what we've been waiting for these 2 days. And I believe the presenters, the oral presenters and sports presenters is like, oh, who's going to be the winner for the presentation. So, Pak Lutfan?
Yeah, I'm very sure that the committee have difficulties also to select the best one, because I think all the presenters are very good, I think. But yeah, finally the committee has decided the best presenters. Okay, yeah. Yeah, so we would like to give appreciations to all of the presenters that have give very nice presentations and also knowledge. And the committee has decided 3 best presenters for either oral and also the poster presentations.
Yep.
And yeah, so we'll see who will be the winner.
Okay, so it's a very difficult decision, ya Pak. So we and Diah and we all discussed who's gonna be the best, and we decided not only based on the content but also how to present and also the implication to policies. So now, first of all, let us have the 3rd best poster presenter, and the third winner is Mohamed from Faculty of Medicine, Public Health and Nursing.
Yeah, give applause.
Yeah. Over to you.
Yeah.
Oh yeah. Dr. Muhammad Helmi, are you here in the conference? No. Okay. Okay, so yeah, so let's continue to the 2nd best poster presenter. Or is it the 3rd oral presenter?
It was the 3rd
runner up. Oh,
it
sorry.
was the 3rd,
sorry, my bad.
The best.
So here's the runner up for
Yeah.
poster presenter, Muhammad Zulfakar Zubir from Universitas Kebangsaan Malaysia. So his presentation is about input and output selection in data involvement analysis, measuring health service delivery efficiency. Are you here, Mr. Muhammad Zulfikar Zubir? If you're here, do you mind to open your mic and speaker and say hi to all the audience?
I think he's around.
Yeah.
Oh yeah, he's here. Pak Muhammad Zulfakar.
Yeah, thank you the judges for selecting me. It's really great for becoming the 2nd runner-up. Thank you very much.
Okay, so please put our hands together for Pak Muhammad Zulfakar again. And now, what's next? Okay, now we have the
best poster
poster presenter. And the Oscar goes to Ruhana Abdul Razak from Universitas Kebangsaan Malaysia with her presentation on factors associated with health care utilization among post-COVID syndrome patients. So Ms. Ruhana. Okay, so I think Ms. Ruhana is not here now. So now let's go to the best oral presenter, shall we, Pak Lutfan?
Yeah. So the 3rd best oral presenter goes to Xingwu Guo from Princeton University. Congratulations.
Congratulations, Xingwu Guo. So the presentation is about the effect of HIV-related worries on fertility motivation. So can we have Xingwu Guo to the screen? Okay.
Okay, so the next. So the runner-up for oral presenters goes to Nur Safana Mattahir from Universitas Kebangsaan Malaysia.
Okay. So her presentation is about cost-effectiveness analysis of influenza vaccine for elderly in Malaysia. Ms. Nur Shazana.
Yeah.
Yeah, hello, congratulations, runner-up.
I'd just like to say thank you to the judges and also my research team, especially Prof. Syed. Thank you so much.
Yeah.
Okay, so now,
yeah, we'll see who will be
drum
the
roll.
best among the best. Yeah.
And the winner goes to the best oral presenter, Nini Zayar from Prince of Songkla University, with his presentation about programmatic cost effectiveness of additional home visit to screen tuberculosis and diabetes mellitus TB contact tracing.
Yes, and I'm very glad to win the prize. Thank you very much. Congratulations.
Yeah, congratulations.
Congratulations, Nini Zayar.
Thank you very much. Yes.
Okay, so yeah, the best presenters will receive some appreciations actually. Yeah, probably it will be then contacted by the organizer. Yeah, I think. Thank you everyone. So it's really great pleasure to learn a lot of things from all of you, and yeah, we'll see you again on the next sessions next year.
Yeah. So yes, we hope that we can have the non-virtual ones for next year, hopefully. Yes, and thank you for all the presenters. It's all you've had a lot of work to build a video presentation. I know it's not easy. So congratulations for all of us.
So yeah, thank you. Then we'll send back the time to Dr. Eta. Thank you.
Okay, thank you, Dr. Lutfan and also Dr. Lika. Once again, congratulations to all the winners. Hope this award could motivate us to bring greater impact in the research field and also its implementation as well. Okay, ladies and gentlemen, now we will see the video from Prince Songkla University, Thailand that are going to be the host for postgraduate forum next year. So please enjoy the video.
Hi, I'm Rosie, a special presenter for Prince of Songkla University. I'm here to talk to you about the 17th Postgraduate Forum. The public health and health services sector has always strived to create equity in health. We want to make sure that everyone can access health services, much like the way we put up extra crates to make sure everyone can see the baseball game from the fence. However, the year 2020 was a turning point in public health and health services. The COVID-19 pandemic changed the paradigm of public health and health services in two ways. First, it created a global health crisis that required drastic responses. Some countries built field hospitals within the span of 1 week. Other countries allowed and required nursing and health science students to start working before graduation. Vaccine development and trials moved through the pipeline at an unprecedented pace. With these changes came important questions in equity. Did we make the right decision in prioritization for COVID case admission, vaccination, and follow-up care? Are we making the right decisions now? Second, the pandemic created the biggest economic crisis since the Great Depression. Business closures and lockdowns resulted in millions of people losing their employment or income. From these indirect effects, professionals in mental health also found themselves being overworked to cope with this other side of the pandemic. Once again, the question of equity comes into the picture. Were there measures to ensure that isolated and marginalized groups had the means to access counseling, protection, and other social and health interventions at the same level as those who are more fortunate? The pandemic is still with us, but the transition from pandemic to endemic is ongoing. The important question now is how we apply the lessons learned over the past 2 years to help us and our systems become better at ensuring equity and health for all. Together, we can shed light on these issues. Therefore, post-COVID health equity will be the theme for the 17th Postgraduate Forum on Health Systems and Policies in 2023. The forum will aim to share knowledge and disseminate research findings on health equity at both national and international levels. It will also promote and demonstrate the use of national data to measure and improve health equity. Lastly, it aims to strengthen cooperation and networking among educational institutions at national and international levels on health systems and policies. The conference will be organized at the Conference Center and Health Science Library building at the Faculty of Medicine, Prince of Songkla University, in July 2023. To accommodate to the unpredictable nature of the pandemic, the conference will remain in hybrid format in order to balance the need for human interactions with COVID-19 prevention and control. Thank you so much for watching our video. We sincerely hope that you can join us in Thailand. See you next year.
Okay, that was the video from Prince Songkla University, Thailand, that is going to be the host for the next postgraduate forum in 2023. And we hope the pandemic condition will be getting better so we can join the conference directly, not in the virtual situation anymore. Well, ladies and gentlemen, now I'd like to give the stage to Dr. Diah Ayu Puspandari Apoteker, MBA M.Kes, as the chairman of this conference to give the closing remark. Please, Bu Diah, the time is yours.
Thank you, Mbak Eta. Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. Good afternoon. Salam sejahtera. Sawadika. First of all, congratulations to all the winners of oral and poster presentations. Alhamdulillah, finally, we are approaching the end of the 16th postgraduate forum hosted by Universitas Gadjah Mada, Indonesia. And thank you so much for joining us. It has been truly inspiring to this much engagement. And we are honored that you choose to spend your time with us. It is also a good time to convey our special gratitude to the Rector of Universitas Gadjah Mada and the Dean of Faculty of Medicine, Public Health and Nursing, Universitas Gadjah Mada. And also, we would like to thank to the founders of Postgraduate Forum, Professor Dato, Dr. Syed Mohamed Al-Junid, Professor Supasit Pannarunothai, Professor Laksono Trisnantoro, for their close binding to also encourage more students to gather in this postgraduate forum. And also to Professor Tipawan Liap Sutrakul, and also to all of our presenters during pre-conference and conference. All colleagues from University Kebangsaan Malaysia, Prince of Songkla University, and colleagues from non-state organization, judges during oral and poster presentations. And special thanks also to all participants, our committee, and all staff behind the scene. Your generosity and support has made this 16th postgraduate forum possible, and hopefully it will directly help to accelerate research capacity and maximizing our learnings. On behalf of organizing committee, we would like also to express our deep apology for any inconvenience appears during the preparations and implementations of the 16th postgraduate forum. I hope the pre-conference and conference could definitely inform and feed into the objective and process of learning. I love one quote saying that anyone who stopped learning is old, whether at 20 or 80. But anyone who keeps learning stays young. I think that's why we are all here gathered in this forum. Finally, thank you to all for your participation, and hope to see you again next year in the 17th Postgraduate Forum in Thailand. Wassalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. See you.
Thank you very much, Bu Diah. And to officially close this conference, I'd like to invite all of the participants, speakers here to open the camera. We'll have some photo session together, the last photo session. So if you don't have any disturbance or obstacles, please turn on your camera. Okay, we are still waiting everyone to get ready. Okay, everyone is ready. So I will count down in 3, 2, 1. Okay. Second one, okay. Hold your smile. 3, 2, 1. Okay, the last one. In 3, 2, 1. Okay, thank you very much. Please give applause to us. What an awesome and wonderful conference that we had for these 2 days. So ladies and gentlemen, we have come to the end of the 16th Postgraduate Forum on Health System and Policy. And I'd like to say thank you to all the participants, presenters, speakers, moderators who have given the best dedication for these 2 days. And we hope you have found this forum informative and useful. Thank you for spending the time with us today and yesterday, of course, and see you in the next event. Good afternoon, everyone. Have a good day. Wassalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh.
See you, everyone. See you in Prince of Songkla.